PayPal shares fall 2% as SZ reports German banks halted 10 billion euros in PayPal payments. The French 30-year yield rises 5 basis points to around 4.45%, which is a fresh 14-year high.
It's so cold in the D. It's over here. It's over here. What do they call this? Like the grind? You know what the worst part of these mornings are is that that's a good bounce right there. I like that one. Like they get these pop and drops, and you they reprice the option chain. So you're kind of like stuck DCAing, and then you're stuck in the trade all morning. It's brutal. It looks fine on paper, or like it looks fine on a chart, but it doesn't look good in the. All right, so we got going on here. So a nice little bounce here, perfect. The problem is, we'll watch this really close. All right. Next target for 78 or 48. Yes. All right. This AM. Ten AM. All right. Check 1 2. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Let me take some of this off and get ready. Prepared here. Hang tight 1 second, guys. Uh-oh. Turn that on. Deactivate. Activate. Sweet. We're almost there. Close. Turn this off. And bam. Undo that one right there. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Getting a little bit of a late start this morning. I was awake late last night with an unexpected phone call with a family member. So I was up until I think 4 in the morning yesterday. So I did sleep. I got like 4 hours of sleep. So bear with me this morning in my late start. It's not a bad thing though either. We were talking in the Discord this morning about a pop and drop on the open. And the discussion earlier this week was that we're kind of like to an extent we're driven by positive volatility or unrealized volatility that's positive or negative. being the end of summer. We've got people going on vacations, wrapping up vacations, sending their children to school, preparing for the fall, things like of that nature. So it's very much the market can be moved quickly by if there's no participants. When a group of participants joins in, the market can be moved fast due to dealers chasing. That's up and down. And when the dealers stop chasing, we then go into this consolidative mode. And we can be fading that or even squeezing higher, believe it or not, if you get too low. Dealers will support and sell the market depending upon where we are. If there are no other participants, we don't have real money selling, real money buying, all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna look at a few things here. So we have this nice, beautiful squeeze up into the close yesterday. Go over here. We're gonna review the market together. I think we start here with just a market overview, and we move from market overview to looking at Nvidia and an Nvidia earnings preview. Just put this up here for a minute. Put that up there. Make that larger so you can see it. So we're looking for, first off, an earnings preview. We have some key dates coming up that are important to know about and their impacts on market. Today is August 27th. We have not broken trend. A breakdown of trend to change trend. Let's go look at, let's start there if we can. So we're going to go look at what trend is, what sellers are looking for. Let's go, let's start right here. So when we come into OPEXs, quarterly OPEXs, there's an attempt is usually checked to change trend. You can see here this is OPEX. So we made our way lower. If the way was lower, we would have broken down and out of major trend.
Sanctions one North Korean entity and one Chinese entity.
Voice news disconnect.
Let me just turn that news squawker off. We weren't able to do that. Now, there are more opportunities to break trend. We know about OPEX being a window of weakness, for lack of a better word. I think it's more a window of movement. We have expiration as a possible way for that to happen as well. And the next one is the first of the month. Or in or around there. Now, in this case, we have a long weekend. We've got Labor Day. We also have people on vacation. And then we have people slightly coming back to office, expectedly back to the office this week right here. But also maybe some latecomers into September OPEX. So we want to be watching for a few things. Some kind of a movement higher, possibly into month end, or even some kind of unclench into month end, or even just after month end, some kind of an unclench, and another attempt possibly to break trend. So a thesis being, if you come into, let's say we come into month end, and then we're like doing this kind of stuff into that first week, right? Worst possible place for new monthly flows, and then they dump that market into those new monthly flows. Now, for bulls, they have a lot going for them here into this month end, but we also have quarterly OPEX in September. Market begins to almost like I think Andy Constant says, a vortex. Even if you're popping the collar, but there's a little bit more of like a vortex as we get closer and closer and closer to a quarter end. And then, of course, we have a potential unclench into the bearish months, September, October. September has one of the worst returns end of month. And so you're looking for a high to sell into and then have a quarterly or a monthly close That's one of the least returning months of the year. That's how we come up with September, October. Sometimes we even go into what? November and even December, right? So in some years, it depends upon the year. So you always want to be watching this stuff down here, and you want to be watching to see if we're unclenching and breaking trend with conviction. You can't just like come down here and then head back up here. You need some distance so that we can change direction. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we can go over it briefly if you like. A clean, beautiful example of this was the spring weakness unclench over here. And if you go back on your own and just draw in a descending trend line, you can actually look for when Vixpiration, OPEX, and month end are, and you'll see on the inverse, if we're in a downtrend, the attempt to break out and get a new trend. You'll see that this was the next OPEX, Vixpiration, month end cycle. Notice how we didn't break away enough to change major trend. And then you can see down here the same thing again happened down here. Back test down here and began to break out in a way with some confirmation that we're going to now change trend to the upside. And this is kind of where we are right now. We're looking for, hey, can we break out over here? Can we get out of here and begin to change trend? And we're kind of just checking that right now into this month end and into quarter end, but on the inverse, right? So we want to be looking for any signs of, on the inverse, it would be something like, break down below here, right? Start making some new lows and begin this process of, bull market over or seasonal bullishness or weakness and that kind of stuff. So we're not quite there yet. And until we do, and there's no reason to call tops like this is the top of the market for the whole bull run. This is, we're never coming back here again. There's a topping process going on too, to some extent. You can kind of see the supply back here. Just look back in time here. Here is the July print over here, right? Nice big fat print over there. Nice big fat print over there. And you're kind of thinking that same thing, right? This kind of, take the money, and looking for a seasonal low to buy. Theoretically, a seasonal low to buy for a print in December or January, February. Or a risk-off positioning into a new quarter. So we want to pay close attention to the flows at the beginning of September, and then even more closely in the new quarter. What are we doing here? We have bearish flows. Do we think that the next quarter is going to be horrible? That kind of stuff. Wall Street's checked out, right? Divergence and momentum on higher frames versus price. So we want to pay attention to this stuff as we move forward. Let me go back over here. Let's check in with the main screen really quick and just see where we are. Watch where we are. Nice little bounce down here, by the way. So that's kind of the stuff that we're looking for into these month ends. Now, there's something interesting here that I want to talk to you about if I can. And this is market awareness. Not necessarily market direction, but market awareness. And I want to show you, if I can, some prior price action. So I'm going to bring this over here really quick. Whoa. Put that over there. See if I can edit this. There we go. Hold on, I guess I can't edit it like that. Markup. Let me go back down here again. Can you guys hear me? Check 1, 2. Okay. These things are not, like when you look at prior history and you're looking for patterns in market history, it doesn't necessarily have to trade the same. And you might not be exactly the same, but you're looking for patterns, and there's a reason for that. Wall Street, the street, uses playbooks in conditions that are similar to past history where they're able to make money. Sounds logical, right? So we have this Vixpiration up here. we've got over here, right? Down, down, down. This is the before NVIDIA earnings blasting down, right? And then we have the day following NVIDIA earnings pop up back up here. And then we actually begin to sell into September end. Now, is this going to be the exact price action? Probably not. Is this exactly where we are in the market at this moment? Probably not. But there's some key takeaways here. There are some key takeaways that NVDA earnings have some kind of a disappointment usually, and some like reined in positive volatility. Hey, we think we're going to do this, and then it's a big fade. And you don't have this chart in front of you, but the print here is later. The print actually came for NVIDIA in this circumstance much further down the road. So we want to pay attention to this kind of stuff today for NVIDIA earnings. Let me go back up here so you can see this. We're about to squeeze higher right now. Nice little, look at this beautiful back test on the hourly trigger. Near perfect down here. Look at that. Look at that gorgeous dip buy down here. I don't know how you can't trade without the hourly trigger. I don't know how you can't trade without it. I feel naked when I don't trade with that kind of stuff on the chart. So this looks absolutely beautiful. Going to come up here now, take out the 15-minute. Buyers stepped in at 10 a.m. Buyers stepped in at 10 a.m. right here. Back over here. Buyers stepped in at 10 a.m. right here. They're trying to get a print to the upside. These are also Asian markets, London markets for coming into New York. Remember that we have European close. They're trying to catch a print here to the upside. So we want to pay attention to 11:30 and 12 p.m. today. Clearing out some of the... Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. Get rid of this. Trying to clear out some of this gap that was left behind from this morning. And I'll show you where else we're targeting. We want to let you guys know we hit 646 in the pre-market. We have a back test, and we're expecting to print 648 next. And we'll take a peek here at this really quick. Over here. We're going to look at... we got this high to look at here, but then we've got another one over there. So let's go back here and just take a peek. Remember that we're always looking for the second wick on the red side. There's a little bit of volatility here. You can see this. There's one right here. We'll just snap some lines in there. A little bit of volatility up here. There's one right there. There's another one right here. You can see these two right here, but then there's a larger one in prior history. Let's go back and take a peek over here. This was a pre-market high back here. The cash market high was lower. It was right down here. We already hit this one, though, in a prior session. So we're looking to clean all this up above. We have that target right there. It's all kind of aligns. Back here and take a peek. Let's go look at one more thing over here. And you can kind of see this supply, right? Kind of see some supply right in here. And see some supply right here. Let's look a little bit higher here. See what we can see. Yeah, don't forget this little thing down here. There's a little bit of a stink bid down below. Keep an eye on this as a target. And remember this one right here too. Get this a little bit better here. Somewhere right about, right there, I think, right there. That's a good way to show it, I think. We go to the trigger screen. So we want to be looking for what? 648. I want you to keep things simple in your trading. I want you to think about 650. Big round number, right? And I want you to think in terms of zeros and fives. And I want you to also think about $2.50. I want you to think about supply being on zeros and fives right here. Right, here's a 0 and a 5, 650. And then I want you to think about price action as we approach these things, like 648 is an inflection point, 6485, excuse me. There you got that first one. Then you got the 650, right? And then you've got the jump above 650. And then you've got the 652.50. Let me see. I can bring this over here. You get the idea here, right? So if we auto sell 6450 or 645 or 64550, if we like auto sell it, that's bad, right? If we touch and put the wick up, that's good, right? Even if we sell, that's good. That's actually good. If we fail to get that 650 and auto sell, that's bad, right? And it's extremely bullish when you break above or even do 6250. Even if we go away, it doesn't matter. That's bullish. You know what I mean? So these are all important things to be watching on the upside. In this case, we have a lot of trouble up here. We've got ATH. We have these prior intraday highs here. So it's like ping pong, right? Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. This is all volatility to the upside. Then we have the ultimate target up here. The ultimate target would be 64850, right? Not 650, but 64. The only thing we're really focused on here is 648.50. That's it. And behavior. So if this is 6450 or 64, if this is 648.50, the only thing we're looking for up there is what? How bullish are we? Are we breaking above this? You know, this is all good to be long in, but more importantly, this target right here. What is the behavior on this line? Is it auto sell? Does it break above, pull back, coming back no matter what? Like sell, we're out of here. We're never coming back. Or tip your head up. You'll see me say the tip, like if you see me draw things like this kind of a thing. You know, this gross thing right here. Do we poke our head up, so we can come back? Or are we selling early? So the target to the upside is 648.50, and you want to be buying dips. Here's the place to buy dips. We posted this in the Discord this morning, that this is the place to buy a dip. And as long as we hold this zone down here, you want to be getting long. Okay, getting long to the upside. Ping, right? Ping, 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 for an upside move. I did leave this descending line here this morning for places to buy a dip if we have the opportunity to do that. Right now, trading higher. Back over here. Coming into R1 right now at 646.60. We have the intraday prior highs. We're taking those out right now, 646.28, 646.22. I also want you to think about one more thing. You've got the 5 legs, right? 1 right here, right? So you mark bottom. This is your prior high. You have the impulse move higher. You have your 3rd leg here, pull back, and then one more leg, right, for an extension higher. We'll take a look at those right now. I'll draw this out for you here. 1, 2, 3. Right, somewhere in here. 4 and 5. I actually think this is going to be here. I'll just show this to you here. There's one more thing to talk to you about here. We also know that corrective moves are 1, 2. Corrective moves are 1, 2, and 3. And then we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down here. So you always want to be conscious of any back testing in here. Actually, let me pull this back a little bit. Could have probably drawn this better. Let me just draw this again here. Looks like trash. Watch that supply coming in right there. Probably could have drawn that a little bit better here. Something like this. Leave that one down there. This should get bought like right on this line here. We should go straight up here. There should be no back tests until we get down here. This will probably jump too. Remember that we trade on the half hour. We have the 12 o'clock supply right here. Here's 11:30. VIX fuckery, right? This is the Euro close over here. There's a lot of supply here. Hang tight, guys. I've been drinking ice water. I ended up speaking last night to a family member late into the night. My voice is destroyed. It's like I did a 24-hour show or something like that. Hang tight 1 second, excuse me. Hang tighter, guys. Crank it, baby. Crank it, crank it, crank it. I read that, Chase. I read that, Chase. Chase, I love you, brother. I want you to know that I love you, okay? I always have loved you, my brother. Always. I want you to fucking know that. I'd have defended you, or I have had people say, you don't like Chase? And I'm like, I've loved that guy for years. We're friends. I want you to know that I love you, Chase. I love you, my brother. I really do. Oh boy, that was a good one. I love you. I seriously, Chase. I love you, my brother. I really do. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? All right, hang tight here, guys. I'm messing around in the Discord right now. The conversation in there is on fire this morning. Okay, so we're going to look at a few other things here this morning as we know that the gamma profile or the gamma map changes quickly. Chase made a commentary this morning that I agree with. Not even agree with, but how the market changes quickly. I think Vol Signals did a great job of this one. He was on our show once, and he was explaining the current market profile, and he's probably the smartest guy I've ever met. And then, of course, at the end of his description, he said, yeah, and then a condor can stop everything from happening in its tracks. And I thought that was one of the most insightful comments that Vol Signals could make, which was that the market can do things differently than what it says it's going to do, right? Even if you know the entire market landscape, top to bottom, someone comes in, a whale comes in, or someone is trying to manipulate price, especially when no one's in market, and all of a sudden the outcome is different than the expectation. So that happens frequently, doesn't it? If you are very good at what you do in your normal career and you've been attracted to the stock market and you think, hey, I've been great at this, I'm an engineer for this company, I'm top of the class. And if you want to be humiliated, what is it? What's the one profession you can have in this world where you can be wrong, or you have to accept that you're going to be wrong? It's just a matter of how much you're going to be wrong. It's like playing baseball, right? I got a 350 average. I'm going to go to the Hall of Fame, even though it's low, right? It's not 600 or 700 or 800 or even 900. So it's one of those things where you can be wrong and be the best at what you do. What is it? Sorry. We're trying to trade right now 648.50. And when we get closer to that, we should get a little bit more risk offish. Let the FOMO gang do their thing as we go up there. We're trying to chase right now just that tick. And we want to talk about what's going to happen afterwards when we do that tick. What's the potential to happen? The bears will probably be happy to hear what's potentially going to happen. So, market overview. Let's get back on track here. Market overview. First, I'm going to read some white papers to you from Bloomberg Terminal, that kind of stuff, and we'll go from there. There you go. Keep on squeezing up there. 646.39. Pimp it, baby. Like. So I'm going to read a few things to you from this morning. Goldman Sachs. I'm going to give you a quick preview on Goldman Sachs. I'm going to go through a full preview on Goldman Sachs or on Nvidia. I'm going to give you a full preview today. I'm going to give you a brief snippet just to open this morning. This is from Goldman Sachs. Over to Nvidia tonight. Specialist Peter Callahan calls positioning a 9-10 with the market expecting a clean beat raise for context. VolWiz, one of our trusted members, put out a newsletter early week and another one late week. But the early week newsletter, he said, what do you expect? Of course it's going to be a clean beat. Of course it's going to be positive earnings. Of course they're going to say, or Bill Huang's going to say, General AI, General AI, General AI. That's to be expected. For context, Nvidia has been beating revenues by greater or less than or roughly around $1 billion the last few quarters versus consensus $46 billion versus guide $45 billion. So he also mentioned that, VolWiz, didn't he? He had said in his earlier brief, not only is it going to be all roses, or it has been all roses, but not only that, but the analysts are always wrong in their consensus expectations. And of course, $1 billion is pretty big, isn't it? It's a pretty big number to be missing by $1 billion. And then investors looking for a very solid October quarter guide versus consensus of $53 billion as the Blackwell product cycle takes off. As another note here too is supposedly Heisenberg has been all over this. I love Heisenberg. If you don't know him, and if you ever find him, he's on Twitter. He does a newsletter too, and the high is brought this up. Is like, we have lowered expectations due to the impact of tariffs across the board all year long, and we're playing catch up. So we got beats everywhere, don't we? $1 billion. And then investors looking for a very solid October quarter guide versus consensus as the Blackwell product cycle takes off. Some moving parts on China and H2Os here. How much is included in guide here, if any, and then what the mid-70s gross margins framework really translates to. 73% or like 75%. Prime data show hedge funds remain long the AI trade into earnings. Keyword. Prime data shows hedge funds remain long the AI trade into earnings. Still remember that if we get a big print to the upside, they're likely going to take that profit in the after hours. Quote, despite its recent underperformance, hedge funds are still long and strong the AI trade into NVDA earnings. Net allocations in AI stocks and Mag 7 have continued to tick higher and are hovering around one-year highs, though still below the peak levels seen in mid-2024. Also from Pravorsky this morning. Just remember, every time we hit one of these things, I just want you guys to watch this here. So I want you to just pay attention to this price action here. We know we have volatility higher, so it's like bam, down, bam, down. You know, even this one here should be like bam, down, bam, above, and then down. Just grinding higher. Also forming a basin here. What do we call this? You guys know what this is called? Poop Island, right? We always like to talk about Poop Island. Here it is. Starting to form that Poop Island. 5-minute trigger is coming up supportive for trend higher. So we know where support is. It's right over here. If you're looking to buy dips, it's the 5-minute trigger as we grind higher with stops underneath for any kind of back testing. So we also have another report from Pravorsky this morning. For Europe, I think investors will be sellers on strength into September 8th. If you're a Globex trader, mark that down in your books. Sellers on strength into September 8th as French risk will cast a shadow over increasing regional allocations. We also know that our boy over at Citadel, our boy Rubner that moved over to Citadel, gave pretty much September 2nd. Look for a print into September 2nd. Okay? He's saying European, look for a sell into the 8th. The banks, the ohm sellers, the ohm pushers, you know, poor people. People look at poor people and say, look at the poor person over there. They shouldn't be begging for welfare, right? Look at those poors. What do the rich people do? They go on CNBC and they beg. They pull out their little tin can and they go, I'm going to beg for my ohm on CNBC. They do the same thing, don't they? These are rich people. And no one bats an eyelash, do they? So Grubner is saying, look for selling into strength on September 2 when we get back from the holiday. Does that make it so? Probably not. The street, though, is telling you to stay long into OPEX in September, to be selling into strength into OPEX, which I believe is September 19th. So you don't know who's selling us ohm on that either, right? If you're able to make money and go risk off on a major high and kind of known resistance, I think that's prudent. We're going to look at that right now. I'm going to show you some of that in just a minute here. We also have Bloomberg saying that the EU will seek to fast-track legislation by end of month to remove all tariffs on U.S. industrial goods. Someone was asking about MP the other day. If any of you guys are trading industrials, that's positive news for you. GS also says hedge funds are on track to sell U.S. equities for a second straight month, driven by short sales outpacing long buys across both macro products and single stocks, which suggests a more cautious stance. Let me read this to you here again. I'm going to post it in the Discord. Now, this is not necessarily bearish, and I wouldn't take this as bearish. But, so I posted in the Discord, I wouldn't take this necessarily as bearish, but it does say to you, do not be starting your investing career buying a dip here. Okay, I'm going to buy SPY right here. You know, what it's saying is traders and investors have been long, and they're looking to take profit on highs and to remain cautious on these highs. So if we see a big move higher, right, we're going to look for some supply and, you know, wrap it up and come back in September, October for potentially, possibly, another long into December, February, maybe even March and April. Sometimes we actually extend. We actually sometimes are a little bit early. We get a December print. We can start that roll early, even if we get a new high in February, or we can extend it out to March, April. If we ever catch a low in September, October, November, if we ever catch a low there, I always like to put more time on trades if possible. You can like set a trade for March 31st, April, first week of April, and you catch a print in December, you're out. You catch a print in January, you're out. Catch a print in February, you're out. You're a happy camper. You're trading with the market. But you do want to see this kind of, you do want to be aware of this kind of stuff. The market is aware of this kind of stuff. The street is aware of this kind of stuff. Also noteworthy too right now is that China, I'll do a top line basic understanding of what's going on in China. China is in an economic warfare with the United States of America, and this is not politics or news. There is an economic war going on. We are laddering warfare with China. Yesterday, we heard Trump say, I think it was yesterday, the day before, Trump said, we're going to allow 300,000 or 600,000 new or Chinese students in the United States. And this is in the face of everything that he's saying on public, right? That's a slap in the face, right? That he's going to allow Chinese students back in the United States for institutions. He just went after Columbia, Harvard, all these different schools. And he's saying no more DEI. He's saying no more this, no more that. So be careful what you listen to, is my point, from White House speaking, talking, different things being said versus reality. And the reality is we are in economic warfare with China. And we are laddering that warfare, have been laddering up, but we can ladder back and up and back and up. From China's perspective, what they're doing is saying, hey, you know what we'll do is we'll wait until the midterms. We know that the United States of America is built on gridlock. We also know that and we know that Trump is a lame duck at some point. If Trump loses control of the House or the Senate, the people will begin in the United States to look towards what? The next presidency, right? And his impact and power is lessened. In Iowa last night, there was almost a blue giant revolution. Iowa's become a very big stronghold for conservatives. They lost a seat, a supermajority in Iowa last night, right? And that is a preview of potentially what could come in the midterms. So if you're China and you know that the U.S. is built upon gridlock, and you know that, here we go right here. If you know that China is built upon, or the U.S. is built upon gridlock, China's best interest, if they can't compete or fight with us, is to buy time. And within that, they may be doing other things that are potentially negative to the U.S. One of those is that China is in a recession. Listen closely here. China is in a recession right now. China is beginning to print money to print their way out of a recession. What's that impact on the United States? Negatively. It means there's more cash, right? And that cash needs to go somewhere. If it is pumped into the U.S. economy, it can impact inflation in the United States. Cyclical inflation. If you're waiting for midterms or you're waiting for the next presidency and buying time, what else can you do to hurt the U.S. under the covers that's not public? Print money. Ramp inflation. Send the White House and send the Fed and the Treasury Department trying to fight that cyclical inflation. If you can amplify it from China, they're going to do it. And it doesn't make the news like, hey, we're going to let 600,000 Chinese back in the U.S., does it? It's happening behind the scenes. Now, saying that, if you are not trading in China or want to trade in China, this is from GS. Hedge funds are on track, this month, notional net buying flows across broader emerging markets and Chinese stocks are both on track to be the largest on our record, 10 plus years. While all listing types across Chinese equities have been net bought month to date. A shares are by far the most net bought and make up greater or less than 78 or 70% of the notional net buying. Well, that's my point, is that they say so much. Like, my point here is when you're listening to, maybe I didn't get it across well enough. If you have so much speak in public, like, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. We're going to kick all these students out. Then we're going to bring them all back in. So there's so much going on. But behind the scenes, there's something else going on. And you want to be looking for that data, not opinion, not spin, not steak sizzling. You want the data of what's actually going on. So I'm going to post this for you right now inside the Discord, just so you can see. It's been ramping for like 2 weeks right now. Chinese ETFs and stocks based upon this money printing, basically, right? No, it's not really money printing, but it kind of is. So I'm going to post this for you right now in the Discord if you're a Globex trader or you trade Chinese markets. Now, on this, on these notes on GS, on being cautious as we move forward, let's take a look at Gamma on market here. So we're going to go over to our friends over at Gamma Labs, or our friends over at Gamma Labs. We're going to first take a look at net gamma. This is total market gamma for SPX. We'll look at NDX if you want, but the prominent strike here is 6,500. We have not seen any rolling of calls higher to 6,600. Some of it, we have some roll going on. We also know if we hit these highs, if we're hitting the 65 at any point, we'll be looking to see if traders roll their calls higher. If you're a bull and you want to see market go higher and no major pullbacks of any kind, you want to see this gamma bar get higher than this one right here. If it doesn't, if we don't see this gamma bar get higher, this is the source of supply for a larger move down. There's also something else negative here. I try to keep this top line for people, simplify markets. If you look just right here, this is basic stuff, right? We have a bucket right here. Yeah, that's a shitty looking bucket. Here's another bucket over here. And I want you to think of this in terms of a dealer. Do I want to fill up this much bucket with cash, or do I want to fill up this much bucket for cash? If I was a dealer, I would say, hell no, let's fill this one, torch all these guys over here, right? And then that brings this bucket lower, right? So you got this going on here. So you got this. Wait a minute. Now this bucket goes like this. All this gets X'd out. All this gets fat. And as this bucket begins to fill, dealers are like, oh, no, I'm going to chase back over here and start filling this bucket up over here, right? This bucket begins to die. So the dealers are constantly heading back. Let me just clear this out. Back and forth, right? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Whenever we see stuff like this, sorry. Whenever we see stuff like this, we're like hammer, 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 right? And then sell back down, right? Hammer, 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 sell back down. And so just keep an eye on this 6,500 as a source of supply. And I'll show you this in more detail here in just a moment. We're going to look at a few other things here, and I'll explain this to you better with a chart for anybody that's not following along. The next thing we're going to look at is net gamma one date. These are one date options that are in the market. We have a pin above at 6475. Take note of that. We also have a sweep lower down below at 6440. This has been our jump point right in here. We also want to be watching for I'm in here. Volume, 2-date volume. What are the expectations of traders? And look at this. Traders going long 66.50. That's huge. Traders going long 65.75, way outside the money call options. This is probably based on NVDA. We have a pin here at 64.80 and 64.75. And down below here, we've got some deep ones, right? We've got 6,300. This one's, I'm more interested in this one here, 6,400, and this one right here, 65, and the 64.40. So you're looking for buying dips on this 64.40 to print this up here and pop potentially on positive event vol even higher, even higher. We can do this on SPY as well if you want to see it. 2-to-8 volume on SPY. Just so you can see this. A little bit more reserved. 646, 647, 648, 650. Down below, we have here 645, 644, and 643. So it's kind of in the interest here to do what? Grind higher, slip back, grind higher, slip back, kind of a price action. Let's look at something else for the bears. This is at the money volatility. We are grinding higher right now. We have volatility, big volatility heading into this event today. And then we're blowing off volatility after today's event, but then vol begins to rise as we move forward in time. What is that volatility that if we have elevated volatility heading further in time? I think yesterday I made a comment on VIX trader that bought 20,060 Cs in VIX. Regardless of price outcome, if the market goes up, right, starts smashing and bashing, or if the market goes down, VIX does not care, right? It climbs higher and higher and higher, right, as we move forward. So there are traders that are price agnostic in indexes, and they think it doesn't matter if we could grind higher, squeeze higher. Volatility will begin to ramp as we head into these later months. This would be September, October. And I want to show you one last thing here. If you don't know about this, if you want to know what the market thinks matters as we move forward, look at this big one right here. This is volatility, at the money volatility. NVDA, one of the largest events and vol events we have coming up. At home, write this down. Your next volatile expected or pricing in volatile event, we've got NFP, CPI, and the two of these are what the Zeitgeist thinks matters for FOMC day, September FOMC. They think that this really matters for you to get a rate cut, and this is the next largest event in the month of September. So just note here that volatility is expected, even though you can't trust this, volatility, unrealized volatility is expected to ramp on average heading higher as we move forward. Now, there'll be breaks in volatility where we can get squeezing, right? Pricing in, this is negative, then positive, negative, then positive, negative, then positive, right? So just be aware of that as we move forward. SPOOs now trading higher. Let's take a quick look at this. See that green box that I drew for you earlier for support so that you can instigate trades? Almost a near perfect check back right there. Going higher now, looking for the next trade to 646.58. Can't predict markets my ass, Chase. Nobody can time markets. I don't know. So we've got at the money volatility down below. Some other things we want to look at are systematics. We want to look at CTA positioning. We have a little bit of flattening in CTA positioning, not necessarily bearish, not necessarily bullish. We also have vol control gang. We'll look at them. flattening, volatility neutral. Okay. The COT positioning, this is asset manager's net long ratio. See if we can bring this up. Maybe we can kick the machine underneath and see if we can bring this data up. Keep an eye on that high we just saw right there. I want to see if that was a tick or not. Keep an eye on this price action right here. That's still a lower high. You want to see one right now on SPY, by the way. Let me do this right here. Do this one more time. Get rid of all this. Hold on here. Do all this right here. Apologize. That over there. Bring that over there. We do asset managers this time. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. Same kind of flattening here, right? You see this on the right-hand side of your screen. It's I would call it neutral positioning and COT positioning. And then let's look at seasonality. SPX. And I want you to see this right here. Now we had punitive damage to the market, right? Uncertainty in market, down, back up again. We're back on what? This looks pretty close, right? Inaccurate. But what do we have over here? We've got what? Take the money and run, take the money and run. And then we've got some decline expected. Let's look at this trading date right here. This is about the 185th trading day. This is the bottom. The top of market is expected to be about the 170th trading day. Remember that these days are sessions and not dates, not holidays. So just right up in here for a roll lower. So be looking to take profit and look for a seasonal dip to buy for print in the fall. We still don't know yet. I'm assuming this is going to fall into the next quarter. We still don't know yet if we're going to go risk off. Right there's your doom trade for October, Black Monday, October. We don't know what the positioning will be. If the positioning looks positive and we start making new highs, start breaking trend, we'll start putting trades on for that late year, early 2026 print. So we'll be looking forward to this in the new quarter. I'll show you the NASDAQ seasonality. Show you this right here. And check this bad boy out right here. Look at this. Check that out. Big prints, right? Fade. Right? And where are we right here? Right here, right? Looking to start a new position. But remember that there's a window. Okay, we don't know if we're going to blast down here. We don't know if we're going to come down and do a 10, 15% correction. We don't know anything about what's going to happen in here. But remember, it's not price, it's window. So let me talk. So you be price agnostic in this stuff. You get a print, and then you're looking for the window. Doesn't matter if the window's down here. Doesn't matter if the window's down here. Doesn't matter if the window is higher. Oh, hold on here. All you're looking for is the window of opportunity. You go up here, print this up, hold this long, right? If we go all the way down here, looking for the reversal, right? To start getting long again. You don't care where we are in price. You're staying with the market. Trading with the market. SPY. Now trading higher, trying to make a new high in the morning. We still haven't had it here. Watch this very closely here. See this price action right here? I want you to be very careful. Watch this high right here. We haven't had that new high. Watch this very closely here. Can we get the tick? Can we get the tick? See this line right here? If we don't get the tick, what do we do? It implies bearishness, doesn't it? Right, down we go to find out if we can get what? More flows into 12 p.m., right? 11:30, 12 p.m., right? Get more flows up here. Or do we get this high up here? Show you this. Do we get the tick? Right? So we can trade this up. And do we get any sell flows? Or if we don't get the tick, let's say we fail the tick, we start fading this, right, into this 11:30, 12 o'clock to find out if we get flows down here to push us higher. Be watching this closely, this price action. All we need is one tick, Vasily. Just one tick. I'm going to start posting some stuff inside the Discord relevant to NVDA and the NVDA preview this morning. Just 1 second here, guys. I gotta stretch the neck out here. No high tick right now. This looks like consolidation into 12 p.m. Just be aware of it. At 11:30, we get a 17-week bill auction in a 2-year FRN auction. So we could be trading sideways here briefly. It's possible. You just want the tick. We got it. We got the tick, I think. Do we get it? Nope, still no tick. Still no tick. We're down, or we need a penny. We just need like 1 penny right here. If we can get that penny, we're going to be looking for, we already did our back test in the 5-minute. You've already done that back test right there. So we're going to be looking for this one right here. But only if we can get that. We'll raise this one up right here. Just need the tick. I don't care if we don't go any higher. Just want the tick. Put this one, let's put, here's the tick right here, right? We just need the tick. And let's rein this one in a little bit. Just remember, we're looking for this like series of this kind of stuff right here, kind of like mess right here. So you can see that. Another note here, too, on Friday, we have core PCE, which is kind of already known that inflation is on the rise in services. I would be looking for that as a bullish outcome, even if we have a bad print, a hot print. It's already known to expect the hot print. So if we get the cool print or even a hot print, it's not necessarily anything that's in the favor of bears, in my view. I think price matters more. We have that not tomorrow morning. Excuse me on that. Thursday morning, we get GDP growth rate quarter over quarter, the second estimate. That's at 8:30 in the morning. Refer back to Heisenberg. He talks a lot about this right now, about GDP. GDP expectations were lowered due to tariff impacts. So just be aware of that tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. We also get some claims data tomorrow morning, continuing claims, initial claims, some core PCE revisions, or no, estimates, excuse me. And then on Friday, we actually roll into that PCE data at 8:30 in the morning. And next week, quick outlook, we're looking at ISM manufacturing PMI. That's on Tuesday of next week, the 2nd, when we get back from the long holiday. By the way, if you're going to take the money and run and start going on your holiday, your Labor Day, congratulations. I hope you get to spend time with your family and friends. If you're not here tomorrow or on Friday, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Don't get arrested. Don't catch a DWI. Don't fight with your families. Don't fight with your husbands and your wives. Enjoy your holiday and don't get any trouble, okay? So I don't see you. Have a wonderful Labor Day. I want to say to you, if you've been watching this show this year in particular, and you've traded with the market, if you've traded with the market and you're taking this weekend off to come back for the next one, congratulations. You get to live like somewhat of a normal human being in this market, not having to chase yield constantly or worry about chasing yield constantly, even if you remain long, right? If you've followed market trend, you're doing pretty well this year, aren't you? You avoided major drawdowns in the spring. You've known when to get long. You've known when to be cautious. And you know you've also been able to, pivot when you need to, right? Remember we were supposed to sell the return to the all-time highs? We didn't. Remember we were supposed to have a short summer bull market? We didn't. And you were able to identify that we were going to continue higher. So congratulations to you out there. It's Labor Day weekend. I hope that you're able to enjoy the fruits of the labor that you put in this year. For the rest of you, when we get back on Tuesday, we've got ISM manufacturing at 10 a.m. On Wednesday, we get jolts. That's a big boy for the Bears. They love jolts, don't they? So these are job openings, and this has been a real point of what? A real point of it's now under the microscope, right? It's now front and center in the finance, or at least on the zeitgeist, right? Do you remember when you and I were talking about PCE being the real culprit before those prints? And then we said, what else? It's not in unemployment, it's in employment, right? And so now that stuff's finally under the microscope, right? Now it matters to the market. So we want to be watching that print as well next week. That is on September, what? 2nd, when everyone returns. And fascinatingly, when is that print? 10 a.m. Not at 8:30. It's at 10 a.m. on September 2nd. So you come into that morning and you're like, everybody's busy, busy, busy. You see a lot of new flows. You see a lot of new things. And we also have this trigger to possibly be negative on September 2. If we're trading a high on September 2nd at 9:30 in the morning and we got jolts coming out at 10, maybe it's a squeeze and sell. Or maybe it's just an auto sell. Just be aware of that September 2nd. And that is also deferring to Scott Rubner from now Citadel, who used to be a GS guy, I believe. And then thereafter, we also get some other data next week. On Friday the 5th, we get NFP. Right? We know about NFP, right? What do futures traders and Globex traders say? I don't care where we are, I get out. If we're blooding down into it, I'll long it after the print. If we're trading up into it, I'm selling it, or I'm sitting on the sidelines and I'm trading the reaction. So some big news coming out when we return after this long holiday. From there, we have nothing until we get to PPI on the 10th. And then the 11th, we get inflation numbers, claims. We get the 12th, we get Michigan consumer sentiments. And then we roll right into, we got the NFP, CPI prints, and then we roll right into the FOMC rate decision, quarterly OPEX, new quarterly flows into month end, or at month end. They close that trade out and they roll that bearish seagull for October, November, and December. So we have a busy month coming up. I want you to think about Labor Day weekend. I want you to, if you can, I understand that a lot of you need to trade this to make your yield. I realize that you're day traders. I understand that retail traders will trade right up into the close on Friday, but I want you to think further out on this too. That even if you're trading up into Labor Day, when we get back next week, we get busy. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4 of September, it is like back to work season, right? And we have a lot of volatility assigned to this stuff in September. We also have closing of positions into month end, and we have rolling and what is sentiment into this upcoming quarter. Just be aware of that volatility as we go forward. I'm sure if you're a volatility gang, you're looking forward to this. If you're a bull, be careful, okay? Be careful into this September week 2, week 3, and week 4. I think we have economic calendar done. We have gamma done. We know what we're targeting on the upside, 648. And we're going to now kind of translate some of this stuff to a chart on SPX. Here's gamma. Nothing has changed above. This is lots of supply at 6,500. This was our first target right here. We posted this for you earlier in the week. And we have this PT1. Hey, we've done it. So we get PT1, right? We know where the half-hour trigger is and the hourly trigger. We know where traders are placing their bets. They're generally placing their bets for targets in the next 2 days up here, even though there's some outside the money, higher trades, 2-day trades. I'm going to post these for you here so you can see them. Yeah, keep on squeezing. Keep on squeezing, baby. Just keep on squeezing. Keep on squeezing for daddy. 65.75. These are outside the money. Degenerate lotto trades. They're not you. It's not retail. Next 2 days, let me show you what they're looking for. It's wild. I don't think this is to print. I think it's to push the market higher. 65.75. I think these higher trades propel the market higher, but I would not expect this print. So rather than having in the money trades for the next 2 days, we have a trade up here. And then we have a really far outside the money trade, 66.50. I don't think we actually catch this, but if you do, or you're trying to chase the yield on those trades, if you're positioned for this, I want to talk to you about this briefly here. So, in a short-term basis, if you have the market, if the market is positioned in the money, we'll tend to only trade sideways, maybe even fail and roll. If traders in a short-term basis place their trades up here, they're only looking for the print right here. So they don't actually expect that stuff up above to print. They're trying to actually get or catch this right here. This also can trigger rolling calls higher down the road. December, February, like rolling to 6,600, right? So this can act as a vehicle to not necessarily print all this stuff, but to drag price higher. Instigate rolling your calls higher, and then we still get that roll to the downside, right? All these bulls are all crying, right? Oh no, I'm sad. They didn't print my stuff up here, but it actually will later in time. Once all these calls die, if they can trigger the rolling of calls higher. I'm going to show you now expectations. Come on. What am I doing over here? There we go. Oh, let me put my, sorry about my camera here. There's my frame, so you can see me. And this is what I want to show you. Oh, we're in the right page right there. And I want you to think about this when I'm showing you this, okay? It's very important that I show you this. I had posted a chart. I had posted a chart on FinTwit last Friday. It's the last chart that I posted.
With the 2 to 5 year yields falling to the day's low.
The last chart that I posted on FinTwit on Twitter was last Friday. And I asked in the Discord yesterday, if you're looking at this chart from last Friday, what are you looking for to trade? And we're going to discuss that right now. And I'm going to draw this out for you so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here, okay? So we're in accumulation. We're not in distribution. Okay, so if I draw for you ever any kind of like green bar like this, means that we're accumulating for new highs.
Hello everybody, this is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me.
If I draw for you a red, rid of that. If I draw for you a red, let me show you this. That means there's supply here, right? There's demand here. There's supply up here. We know where the supply is right now. It's here. We also know there's another level of supply up there, but we have supply right here. Market is heading higher. Pullbacks are being bought. So currently we're not in this red, are we? So we're not going to use that one. We're going to use demand, right? We're in buy mode right now. $64.75. We have a target of $64.80. Hitting this intraday. This is an intraday pin right here, by the way. As we squeeze here, look for a squeeze and a pin. As we head higher here, we are looking for the trade to all-time highs right here. And this is where things get important. I want you to look at how I draw this stuff. Now in here we should go up, pull back, go up. But what I want to show you here, what's important for you, is when I draw these charts for you, I want you to think about when I draw a line. So if I draw this line right here and it's dotted, right? Where is support? Down here, right? I'm going to draw this as a dotted line. You see the difference in this? Maybe I draw it like that, up, down. And I want to explain to you about when I draw these charts and post them on public, what do I mean by them? If I draw the chart below support, right? So we're breaking this triangle. This means we go higher if we hold this, right? If we break below the triangle and violate it, maybe we go down here, go over here, right? And I got this right here, down here and going up. I'll show you what that will look like. Right down there. I go up again, fail this. And I'm going to go just like this. Remember, an accumulation, right? Buy, or this print up here, right? And then we go back to our support. Remember what I showed you right here? Long like local gamma support. Local put wall down below over here. This is where we get moon time. So what do you take away from this? Let's say you're not long right now. Let's say you've missed this whole run the last 2 days. And I post this for you right here. I post this on public. How would you read that chart? I'm buying dips here, right? From support. If we lose support, I use what? I manage my trade, right? I'm adding to go higher to this print right here. Maybe we can go straight up. So I'm buying dips right here. If we lose this, I manage my trade. That means I add what? Time on my trade, right? To catch print. If I need to buy some puts, I do, right? For this downside move, cover my trade here. I buy another dip right here to go higher. This is where your half-hour trigger is going to be. You can see it. And let's say we fail this and begin to roll down. You already have rules to know if we're going to roll, right? So if we miss this tick, we start fading this, you buy some more puts, don't you? So if you're instigating a trade here to go here, you can put time on your trade if we get sideways until volatility sends us higher. So let's say you execute. Let's say, hey Cap, I can't wait. There's a few things you can do here. Hey Cap, I'm going to wait for this. It never comes. We go up. No big deal. You missed the trade. It didn't meet your expectations. You're a little bit more conservative. Hey, Cap, I don't believe you. I think we're just going straight up. Okay, put a call spread on. Put some time on it. If we begin to roll down, does a call spread care about time? No. You can go all the way down here, catch your print up here, and you're still making your money, right? And you can also buy more calls or open more call spreads lower, right? To go higher with more time on them. And you can also be in more than one trade, can't you? Cap, I'm bullish for right now. Okay, put some time in a call spread, put your target out there. And if we start getting some negative reaction here, you can roll in, or not roll, but add on some puts, 0-8 puts, something with a letter in front of Qs, right? SQQs, stuff like that. And you can build even more position over here. Well, I got a call spread here. I got a call spread here. I got a call spread here. I bought a bunch of puts. I put enough time on it so that I can catch a print. Does that make sense? And also, while you're doing all of this, you also, in this time of the year, I just showed you seasonality, right? I just showed it to you, right? So at the same time, let's say this goes FUBAR. Well, Cap, we're on a high. So I put a hedge on that we're probably going to get a print on somewhere in here into what? Into October. Well, Cap, I had a hedge on down here. Remember, hedges are like home insurance. And I'm not going to get that big down print, Cap. Okay, are you a bear? Are you a seller? Or are you hedging your longs while trading the market up? So I got a hedge on over here to protect my trades higher. If we bloodbath, you're safe, right? If your hedge burns like home insurance does, but you're trading this all up, you don't care, do you? You're catching big prints on this exposure, aren't you? To the upside. So I want you to be thinking about two things. I want you to be, before you ever place a trade, I want you to think about all the outcomes, potential outcomes, like percentage-wise, what's the most likely outcome? I want you to think about being bear and bull at the same time, a buyer and a seller. If you need a hedge. Hey, do I own a bunch of SPY and I need a hedge? If the market goes up, I'm flat coming into volatility. Am I still trading the market higher? Do you understand what I'm saying? And only become bear, not hedging, if we begin to lose support. Right? So this is the plan. Plans go wrong. And if we roll down to this downside, you start changing your positioning. Get more aggressive with hedging, or a hedge turns into 0-8 puts or 0-8 spreads, put spreads of some kind. If we expect to trade sideways for a little while, putting a fly on until we have some volatile events that could send us down or up and away. There's a lot that you can do in here. When I draw stuff like this and you're a small account, small account with this, where are you always? You're always down here. You're always trying to buy a dip on a daily, on an hourly. You're always there. You're always looking for hair on fire days. So if we're in a hair on fire day, you should be coming out of the woodwork. Not screaming 4 times a day that you want to get in on the trade. So if you're building an account, for me personally, and if you want to stop the insanity, you're only coming out so many days a year. And you're putting risk on the depths of hell. Now, people with a lot of money, time in markets, they can manage all of this, right? Assignments, rolling, multiple trades on at one time. Yeah, I got a bunch of this bad bear stuff. I got a bunch of this bad on. Oh, by the way, I had a hedged in print, or all the way. Oh, by the way, I structured a spread with 2, 3, 4 legs. Not 3, but 3, 2, 3, 4 legs. I got 6 legs, Cap. I'm constantly rolling them forward and up. But this leg over here looks like shit. Right? I got calls here, Cap. They look like shit now. But I'm in puts. My account is net up, Cap. Oh my God, it's coming back, bro. Nope, more puts. Are you red right now? No, I'm green, bro. I'm trading this down. What about the positioning you had over here? It's on fire, bro. But then it comes back and you catch your print. All of a sudden, the world is fine now, right? So if you're a small account holder and you see me print or post something like this, what are you? You're Johnny on the spot, aren't you? Johnny on the spot down here, right? If the trade leaves you behind and runs away, okay, you missed it. But if you're down here being conservative, you're probably going to do pretty well, aren't you? So here's basic expectations. Let me ask you this question. Is anybody expecting this roll? Let me ask you that question. Are any of you expecting this? We know the way is higher. Are you prepared to manage your trade here in this? Let me ask you that right now, where we are. So let's go look at the trigger screen. And this is funny, too, because people will read that and say, wow, Captain Jim James is more bearish than I am. Will Captain Jim James get bulled up now? No. I want to know where the dip is to buy. I'm bulled up. I see the upside move. But my positioning, my management of my position, I need to see where the risk is, don't I? I can't just willy-nilly say, hey, we're going to trade 567 today, or even on the 15th, the 2nd, or 19th and 2nd of September. But I also have to be able to manage that trade. So let's look at where we are right now. Can I get rid of all that stuff real quick? There we go. So you have an expectation here of what? Here's the all-time high. And I said I want to trade 648.50, right? So this is an hourly chart. So if I want to see this price go higher to this, I would like to see it up here, but it doesn't have to, does it? I don't care if it rejects right here. And then I'm looking for this what? I'm looking for this down move, aren't I? I'm looking to come down into support and break through, aren't I? And break this poop island. Let me show you this. So you got poop island support, right? So I want to see what? A break. Might not break. We might go to right here and continue higher, right? We might actually go up. But I'm going to draw this in, not because I think we're going there, but I want to be aware of it. So I want to see this support break right here, don't I? This island. Not necessarily guaranteed we do, but down here, right? Just right there. I don't care about extensions down. I just want to be careful of watching this, don't I? So I'm going to make this dotted. Right? Does this mean we don't go up here? Nope. Does this mean that we don't trade up here and then fold? Nope. Does this mean we don't roll down here? Nope. All I'm looking for is places to buy a dip and be watching how deep this goes so that I can add to my upside position, right? If we hold this right here, whoop, right back up right here, hey, we're looking to get long again. If we break below this support down here, I'm looking what? Maybe I'll wait on buying a dip for recovery, right? So if you see price action go down here, and all of a sudden we begin to show a new high, okay, let's get long again. Even if this is bearish. But if we go down here, I'm a little bit more risk adverse too, aren't I? So if we begin to fail this and start rolling down, I actually know where to buy along here. And I know where to put puts on. So let's go look at this right here. You break this right here. Remember your zeros and fives. Here's 645. Up here, right? This is the last known support. Right about there. Right? Up, down, up. Down, right? Down, right? Where's real support in here? 642, right about here, right? And look what I have drawn in the chart. And where are we here? Last known buyers here, right? Last known buyers down there. We don't care about any of that right now. We just know that pump, right? Print. Pump, print, right? Same gang, right? We're also going to expect those same buyers to be slightly higher, aren't we? So I want to see these guys step in right here. I'll even draw a little extra in. We can actually go down here, can't we? Leave that like that. I'm going to draw one up here. And where are we going to next up here? 64, what? 50, right? Make sense? Don't care about any of this right now. This could be a wick, couldn't it? As long as we don't make a new low, we're fine. Gonna squeeze right back up in here to go up here, right? Trying to buy a dip here, here, and here for those higher prints. You guys want to see this? I want to show you one more thing on this if I can. Here, 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 here. Raise that one up a little bit. We know these buyers are right here. That's these buyers. We know that we're going to expect them now to be right here. Right about there. That in right there. What I really want to talk to you about is, so you're buying dips, buying dips. We lose it, we start heading down. We fail this, start heading down. So where are you looking to add positions right now? Down here, right? Right there. If you're already in a position down here with us yesterday, you don't care about this, do you? If you've instituted a trade right here, you're good, right? Leave some runners on for this catch here, right? Take your money and run if we lose it. If you're not in a position right now, you have to be more what? You have to be more, if we lose this amount, right? If you're a small account, you're actually sitting down here, aren't you? You're just waiting. I'll just wait for that, see if they come back down there, and I'll try to buy another dip over here. This is where the real buyers are. We have like real sellers and fake sellers. We know that the real buyers are right here. What else can we take away here? Let's say we hit this one right here, right? All the way up here, 648.50. Woohoo! And then let's say we do this. This is time passing, right? Well, Cap, you said it was going to drop. Did you buy puts and put spreads with time on it? No, Cap. I want the drop right now. Well, you could put a little bit of time on it, can't you? Buy some time. So we can easily have this target here and move it until what? Time or price. You have windows where we can do this. Let's say we've got something negative coming, right? We'll make this red. No, we'll make this green. Yeah, green, right? Let's do it like this. So you've got a window of buying opportunity here, right? And pretend we're down here. We're right here, okay? We have a window of being able to buy a dip to go higher. And let's say we just trade sideways. We're down here. We're trading sideways, okay? Sideways, sideways. So you have a window, right? To go higher. And let's say we come in here. And we haven't gone up yet. So time or price and windows of the ability to go down and higher. Now the window's leaving, right? What do you have to do? Well, I'm positioned for this trade up here, Cap. We're losing our window to make these highs. We're coming into some negative volatility. Okay, do you have a hedge on? You know, for this here. Do you have enough time on? All important considerations when you're executing trades. I told you earlier about vol signals saying, hey, we're supposed to do this. And then a condor comes in the market and trades us sideways. Sorry, buddy, you're not getting your upside print. You know, who is that? Dealers doing it in the background? Sideways, 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 sideways. Meanwhile, everything is getting murdered. Dealer comes in. Nobody else is in market. Blasts down. Destroys single option holders. And then gives you the print afterwards. God damn it, I didn't put enough time. God damn it. My calls. I watched my calls burn. And I watched my, like, the large concentration of calls here, right? With this expiry, we have volatility. Your calls get murdered. and they expire. That gamma's gone. We can unclench. Everybody's on the same side of the boat. And what do you see? What the next week, what do? They run it up. And you're like, fuck. My thesis was right. My trade was right. It was call spreads. I didn't have to worry about single tickers, but I didn't put enough time on it. And I was with everybody else. Had I just put an extra week on, I would have been rich. Does that make sense here? Let's say we don't expect any more positive news seasonally. So we come in here and you're in call spreads. And you're like, oh, shit, man, we missed our chance to go up. Start hedging. Close your call spreads. We blood down. You took a few cuts. Oh, I got banged up over here, but I made a bunch of money in these hedge. All of a sudden, we're up here, and now you're switching to bear. You had the opportunity to make some money up here. You covered over here, and now you're switching to bear. Does that make sense? So management of your trades. Where did I tell you where we're going? Where the fuck did I tell you where we're going? Up. I didn't put it on this one, but I want you to think of this as dotted line, okay? Think of this as dotted line. I'm not going to put it on this, but I want to show it to you here. Oh, baby, where are we at right now? What's up? $1,600 price target, 648.50. 12 o'clock. Where are we going? Up. You all good out there? Oh, God, yes. Oh, God, yes. Don't worry, I didn't delete that shit. Did you guys get to buy this right here or no? I guess we're past that now. Target hit. If you stayed long and made your money up here, congratulations. We hit our target. Our next target is probably tied into what? Nvidia earnings, right? We're going to roll right into that next. Nvidia expected to print 6%, right? Where's price right now? We're going to go look at it. For us to go higher and get a new all-time high, to get the 648.50, we're likely driven to some extent to event vol. Everyone wants a piece of NVDA, don't they? I fucking love it. We also know that support is in here. As a matter of fact, support is higher now. It sits right here. It's right here. This is where support is. You want to know if you want to stay long or not. We're above the 1 minute trigger. We're bullish. trend is right here. Okay. If you're looking to buy a dip, if you're looking to put stops on, it's below. And remember, you'll always be given a chance. Not always. About 75%, 72%. I think the actual number is like 72 or 73% of the time you're going to be given a chance. You guys already know about that. You blast down. Take your stops before going higher. We blast down. And then they come back up before the actual roll. So your stops are where? Right here. Or right here. But you don't trigger your stops, do you? You wait for the, what? Gasp of breath from buyers before getting out, right? Limit your losses. Keep on pumping, dude. Just get up there and do it. Let's go right here. Note to you, we are coming into 12 p.m. We know that in the post-advent of high-frequency trading firms, we've moved into written language models, learned language models, written LLMs, to where the regular retail trader is able to trade virtual servers and accounts very fast with written rules as to entering and exiting trades. It's been very prevalent to see high volumes in very small candle timeframes if rules are met. We know that flows come into the markets bullish and bearish at 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. every day. Almost 12 o'clock. We're almost on a high. So you want to be wrapping it up as we come into 12 on either a high or even take the money right now and wait to see what those flows are into 12 p.m. You don't want to get caught in any kind of bearish negative flows to the downside. Sideways action, any of that sort of stuff. $12.30. Look at that down below over there. And I can assure you, someone's going to try to sell this, even if they're unsuccessful. Right at 12 o'clock. They're going to try. Did that help, Mo Timer? I meant to call you yesterday, and I got caught up, man. I didn't have the time. But I'm hoping that helped, brother. I'm hoping I can clip all that and post it on the website for everybody so they can get that vibe check, that, you know what I mean? That, like, how do you manage trades? How do you build trades? You know who's good for this? Is Jedi Marcus on Twitter. And he sometimes will update his followers and say, I just want you to know why I'm excited right now. He posted this recently. He's like, I'm very excited right now. I'm very happy. And I think he was bullish. It could be the inverse of this, but I think he was bullish, or maybe he was bearish. I don't know. But he had said, and he was like cheering on socials. And it was opposite of his outlook. And he made a post where he said, you got to understand that I'm in different trades. I'm in like this bullish trade over here, and I'm also hedging trades over here, or I'm taking the downside trade. They're sitting in my account. I got a print on that stuff. My outlook's still bullish if that was the case. And I'm looking for a print on that crap down the road. Or I'm adding to that position, right? I hope moving this helps here for you and how you manage trades. If you're a small account holder, you can do it any way you want. But there are easier ways for you to build an account than degeneracy every day, or falling into the trap of, I don't know, I had $1,000 and I made $100,000, and so I'm going to keep doing that until I blow myself up. I'm all in every trade, every time I want to trade, or anytime I'm available and somebody else wants to trade, you know, or you come into a room or something. Everybody's got their own things going on, Everybody has their own availability when they can trade. Everybody has their own theses. You trade your plan, no matter what anybody else is doing. You execute your trades when it meets your rules and expectations and where you are in the market. You know that you can come into the market any time of the day, Monday through Friday from fucking 9:30 in the morning until 4 p.m., and someone is bullish or bearish and wants to fucking trade. If you were to sit there all day long and you show up to the market and you're like, wow, everybody's bullish. They're fucking bullish all day long. They're bearish all day long. You trade your plan with your management only. And if you do that, you're going to make money. You're going to be more successful than failure. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Worry about what you're doing. That is way more important. And who are you trading with? This is the last point I got for you guys. Simplify. Don't ever watch me with like 10 straight kick-ass trades and then take the 10th trade. Well, now I'm feeling bullish. I mean, you taking the other 9 trades? No. So trade your plan, manage your plan. Very important and key. It's okay to miss out. That's FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. If you need to, close your fucking laptop. We also have hindsight trading. Hindsight 2020 trading. Oh, I missed that trade. Next time I'll be there. But it doesn't meet your system or rules that you use. You go, well, it worked the last time, and I got no rules. It's going to work again. Then you blow yourself up as we roll. We catch a big red bar. You're like, why didn't it work? Because you don't have a rules and system. You need with so many variables and so many variables in the stock market, you got to have something. If you were in school and took algebra, you need some kind of constant, don't you? So that's a rule. I've got constants. I have a ton of variables already in the stock market. I need some constants. Grinding right now. How y'all doing out there? Y'all doing well? Fucking best trading community in the goddamn dude. Yesterday, I got to tell you guys something. I was thinking about that trade yesterday and how we verified we were going to rip up into the bell. We marked the bottom. We hit every fucking rule that we have. And I was talking with somebody on Twitter yesterday, and I'm like, we had thousands of people take that trade yesterday. Thousands of retailers. That's a beautiful fucking thing. I thought it was epic. We have a select group of people that were with us yesterday to make all that money together. Don't give it back to the market. I thought it was fucking epic. A free show. No paywalls, nothing. Just hanging out here making some money together all day long. I thought it was fucking epic. I hope you made money yesterday. It was a good, it's okay for you to, woo! I think that's okay. We already give enough money back to the market as it is. Celebrate if you made money yesterday. You made money today. Still long and strong right now. Adding on dips. Congratulations. If you're looking to take profit on these highs, congratulations. When we hit known resistance, major highs in your hedging, congratulations. Oh, look at them. These guys, look at them. They're trying to come in. You already see them, right? Coming in right here, trying to sell right now. Look at them. Look at them. They're coming in right. Look at the wick, big red wick right there. Another one right here. These guys like down, down, down. We're going to sell this bad boy down over here. I'm going to take all these bulls' money. This is the last support now. What up, Garrett? You can't close the laptop. You can do what I did once. One time I gave away like 120K. Like gone. And my wife and my youngest was home. My oldest was at school. And I went to my wife and I said to her, I said, I need you and Maggie to go and take a walk somewhere, grab the dogs, and leave the house. And she's like, why? This is really weird too, right? Like your wife or husband comes up to you and says, I need you to leave the house for a little while. I'm not really a violent person, but I was like, you need to leave. I was so angry that what did I do? This was years ago. I had a big, beautiful oak desk. I proceeded to dismantle that fucking desk that desktop was on. I broke it down to very small pieces. And then I brought it outside and piled it up, I kid you not, to bring to the trash. I was like, I like hated myself. Like, how the fuck did you do this to yourself? So if you can't close your laptop or your desktop, Garrett, dismantle your fucking desk. Chop a tree down. I used to live in the woods, so that's what I used to do. I used to be like, people would be like, "What do you mean you're going out to chop a tree down?" I'm like, "I really am. I'm going outside to chop a tree down." With my frustration, I need firewood for the winter. I got a lot of trees out there to be taken down, so I'm gonna go outside and cut a fucking tree down and dismantle that tree into nice, small, burnable. See the dips to buy right there and right there. Remember, these sellers are going to take a swipe at it. Define small, it was like kindling. When I was a younger guy, I used to like to fight. Not fight. I was just like, I liked athletics. I liked competition, and I liked that kind of stuff. I was in the military. I was a young guy with a lot of testosterone. And when I was that young guy with a lot of testosterone, I needed an outlet for it. So like sports. Then, of course, the people in the army were like, you can tell people what to do and blow shit up. I'm like, that sounds like fucking fun. Let's do it. You're telling me I can tell people what to do and blow shit up? Fucking sign me up. Right over there. Put that right there. Right, Garrett? 100% Garrett. I read that what you just wrote. I'm going to go back in the cornfield and get lost for a little while. 100%, brother. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to go potty. I'm going to go empty my diaper. I wear a diaper here on the show because I never leave the chair. But I'm going to go potty really quick. I'm going to get up and exercise. I'm going to hit some weights and try to get the blood flowing so I don't die of blood clots in my legs in my old decrepit age. So give me a few minutes here. When I get back from this break, we're going to go in depth with an NVIDIA, NVIDIA. There's 3 different pronunciations everybody uses wrong, right? Am I doing it wrong? We're going to do a full preview for you into the end of the day. And we could trade sideways or slightly down here, fade the move, and then look for a ramp into the end of the day. I'm going to talk to you about this full preview on NVDA. I'm going to also talk to you about what else? Synthetically trading NVIDIA via Qs, NQ, so you can get out before 4:15 p.m. And NVIDIA closes at 4:15 p.m. or 4 o'clock, but you can keep trading it till 4:15, catch that nice, sexy upside print, and you can, de-risk before tomorrow morning. You know, if they bled us down tomorrow, we're ramping up. How many times have you seen a big old squeeze and you don't get this second round of call buying? So you kind of, even if your price is higher, kind of stuck holding your balls. We'll try to talk about a straddle for NVDA earnings as well. If there's a good straddle out there, we'll try to look for that. So it's going to be like 15 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to put the news on for you, the news squawker. Just waiting for Trump to step all over these earnings. I mean, one more thing. We've got deals going on with Intel, and we're potentially, Trump's like talking about buying Nvidia. I kid you not. I don't think that's true, but he's like around it. So we're doing deals with Bill. Trump's been a little quiet today. Maybe Trump's long and wants to, do his thing to pump that stock. I kid you not. We haven't heard from him yet today, so we'll talk about that later. We got a bunch of stuff to look at, so just give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. Woohoo! Yeah! You like that right there? You like that? Oh, yeah. How's that right there? Oh, dude, how do you see it coming, bro? How do you see it coming? What's that? Oh, trading better than a bear right now. Oh. Oh, look at that beautifulness. Isn't that sexy? Just look at that beautiful, like, down. Bam. Oh, right there. Oh, wait a minute. Woo! What up, Bear Curious? Get out of your bed. Stop. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Turn off the porn at home and get back to business. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you guys make money there? Oh, yeah. How's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hold on here. Oh, yeah. Oh, let me. Here. Oh, yeah. Right there. How do I wrap my thumb around it? Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, yeah. That's a messed up looking thumb, right? Jugga. Oh, yeah. Get on down. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Feels good, doesn't it? Don't buy this dip, by the way. Oh, yeah. Come on down. Give a little bit more. We want to watch this here and see if it stops. You want to get out right here, by the way. Get out. And then you want to watch to see if we break. If we do, which we just did, you're then going to be looking for another move lower. Oh, dude, look at that right there. There's the buy the fucking dip right down here. So now we're going to look at this one next. But don't get all crazy. This is done. Get all like, cap, I'm going to buy puts right here. Don't do that. You want to get up there and then look for this right here. Okay, right down there. Right in there. Dude, yeah, fucking perfectness right there. God damn. Give me one more minute here, guys. I'll be right back. fucking too fucking. I'm like here fucking laughing my ass off. I'm like reading the chat. Tippy's like, "Fuck you." Bear cross above here. If we're going to reverse to the upside, you guys know the way, right? You want to see a nice new high up here. All right, come up here and test that. Not there yet, so still the way is still down. Watch out for these sellers coming in. Remember that you want to see this break right here, and then you'll reject it right there. So watch this closely. I got by the fucking dip still down here too. We'll have to wait and see what it does, but we could go lower, like down here and stuff. But I want you to watch. I want you to watch if we do this right here. If you see that low right there, we're here to short it right here. Take the move right there, okay? Not quite there yet. Fucking Tippy. All right, give me more like 2 more minutes. I gotta go do one more thing. Just a quick note here. If you're watching right here, just a quick note. There's a little bit of a squeeze play here. That's building. Just be careful of a big squeeze up over here. I'm going to raise this one right here. A little bit of a squeeze right now. You want to watch out for being squeezed out of this trade. If you're short right now, get out. If you're short. Remember that you want to be short here. Remember? Here. That's where you get short. Doesn't matter if we go up here and then down. You're short here. Do not be short in here. You got before I moved this, let's look at this really quick. Remember so just watch this really quick. If you're going for you got your first leg right here, right? You pump and fail. You want to take the trade right here. Okay? So they're going to squeeze these guys out right now. Hold on, I'll come back on stream. Just give me one quick second here. So they're going to squeeze you all the way up. All the way up to right here. I know. I ran back to check because I ran back to check because there's a potential for us to grind, like ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, and then eventually dump. They don't have to do that. There's no requirements. If I was a dealer, I would just be right here. There's no requirements, but just like grind us right into the bell. There's no requirement to go down, but you gotta. This isn't bears, by the way. This is dealers. There's no bear case there. This is just all this is murder option bot. I'll be right back one more time here, guys. You want that target? It's right here. I think it's right here. There. Almost to the tick right there. Note if you're on this upside long here or closed your shorts to get out right now if you're long. This is where the FOMO lives. Whether we go up or roll, be very careful in here. Get out here. This is all FOMO up in here. Just be flat right here. I'm reading about what happened in Minneapolis right now. What the like, how does anybody fucking do that? Like, especially this. Like, how, like they shot kids? The fuck is wrong with people? People need to get off the goddamn internet, dudes. You want to get the fuck off the internet. Here, I'll come back on. Hold on. So there was a school shooting just now in what'd I do? What did I do? I did something wrong there. Okay, close that. Sorry about that. I'm messing up here. Garrett, thank you for becoming a member, brother. I appreciate it. Where's Garrett at? Oh, no, Garrett, I met you earlier. Thanks for becoming a member, brother. I appreciate it. Hold on here. Like, I'm reading this right now, like, reading this right now about Minneapolis. Like, how do you shoot children? I don't know how you do that. Says that he gunned down 20 people and there were students in there. I don't understand how we're here. This has got to be like, you know, I was talking to a family member last night, late into the evening, and she, hold on a second here. Watch this really close. Oh, I got to go over there. Get over there. We're going a little bit of risk off here. Be careful. There's a little bit of, this is risk off, not risk off. Just go risk off, up and down. Just this black right here. Be careful of that. So it's 1 o'clock right now. We've got, what do we have coming out for data? Do I miss some data here maybe? I don't know why the news squawker is not on either. Hold on here. I'm slipping here. 1 p.m. Then we had some, we got a 5-year note auction today. Ooh, nice.
3.724%. 3.724% compared to
No. Risk off is because we have a 5-year note auction coming out
of 0.7 basis points. The bid to cover was 2.36, 2.36. The US selling $70 billion.
Not bearish. Even though this is it's always bearish. Not bearish.
78%, direct 30.74%, and indirect.
Market will come right back here in a moment. It was a good auction. So I'm reading this about Minneapolis. So I'm talking to a family member last night, late night, and I like somehow we were talking about like social media or socials and stuff like that, and she's not on socials. Basically, she keeps in touch with family on Facebook, but she's not on social media.
US 5-year Treasury yields rise slightly after the auction, last at around 3.72%.
And it was fascinating to ask her those questions. As I figured out that she's not on social media, I was like, I got to ask you a bunch of questions. I was like, how do you consume your media today? I was like, and I started listing stuff off like Truth Social, Twitter and BlueSky and Reddit. She doesn't even read Reddit. That's rare, right? Like Reddit's kind of the front page of the internet, right? I was like, you on Instagram? You on Facebook? Are you on Snap? Are you on
speech at an event in Greensboro?
Whatever. I don't care what you're on. Just like, what's your blend?
That's Greensboro, North Carolina.
There was none. So I was fascinated. I was like, so how do you consume media? How much media do you consume? Do you watch the news? Do you watch sports on TV? Do you watch, or do you watch Netflix? I asked her that. I'm like, do you watch YouTube, Twitch? Do you watch any other like video platforms? And I was fascinated by it because it's so rare to meet people that don't interact with social media or consume their media, because we have different consumer habits now, right? When I was young, it was CDs, then it was Napster and stuff, but it was like CDs, radio, TV shows, movies in a movie theater, DVDs, and we don't consume media like that anymore at all, do we? So I was fascinated by it, and I asked her, like, are you trying to like stay away, or did you try to take a break from it? She's like, no, I just never got into it. And I was fascinated by that. Like, you're a rare person. Most people that I know, like everywhere I go to like a concert or something, everybody's got their fucking phone up. Family events, because we're talking to her about how I play cards with my kids and my wife, dinners and stuff. We don't do the phone thing at the restaurants. We'll like break out a card game or something, and we actively do that because we spend so much time online. And I was fascinated by the fact that she just wasn't connected in this world, and I had like a bunch of questions for her. I'm like, I got all kinds of questions for you. Like, I got to know like what you're like. Move this one over here. Move this one over here. Still haven't gotten that high. Slide that one over right there. And we're going to shift gears here into NVDA earnings today for the second half of the segment for the show. So I'm reading this article about the. Hold on, let me just finish this up here and see what I can figure out. Now it's up to 26 people. Some kids, not just a couple. They don't have an exact number, with gunshot wounds. And what I'm thinking about here is my family member that's not on social media, and then I'm wondering about like the negative impacts of social media on unfettered, unregulated consumption of media in general today is unverified. Oftentimes, sometimes you'll get state media from other countries. State media can include countries and corporations or interest groups. And what they'll do is they'll pump out as much as they possibly can. And if any of it is picked up as being valid, it then gets circulated by legitimate sources of information as being fact until it's found to not be fact. And of course, it makes the rounds. Everybody's consuming it. And I'm reading something else about mental health, too. Mental health services, stuff like that. We fucked up mental health in the U.S. into the 70s, institutionalizing people, but we should bring something like that back, but better, of course, if we can. Mental health today is weird, right? HIPAA stuff, and you can't ask this, and you can't do that, and this and that. Or just availability of mental health services. As a matter of fact, I was talking to her last night about mental health services, and how good it can be, because we were discussing familial issues, and I was like, if we do this or do that, I'm like, I would probably need to go to a counselor to make sure I don't fuck up or say something or do something that I don't mean. I I was not a proponent of mental health services when I was originally in the Army and military type mental health services. But I went to counseling recently, not recently, but like maybe it's been longer now, 8 years ago. Could be longer. Yeah, it could even be longer than that. But I went to counseling, and wow, man, time's fucking flying, and it really helped. It like really helped me. Still waiting to see what happens here. Just grinding right now. No trade here, by the way. There's no trade here. If you think there's a trade here, there's not. There's no trade here, up or down. No trade here. If you're buying dips down here, that's fine. But there's no trade right where we are at the moment. Not currently where price action is right at the moment. Mental health is so overrated. I used to think that. I used to have that like big macho guy thing, like, you know, like, well, not macho guy. I think as a man, I was raised very traditionally. And so as a man, suck it up, buttercup, don't cry, man up, nobody cares. Nobody. You're a guy, fuck you. You know, have a horrible life, and if you get flushed, you get flushed, right? Until you're broken down and we don't need you anymore. That's not true. You shouldn't do that. There are ways for you as a man to express yourself, to get help when you need it. I told people earlier that are going on vacation, I'm like, don't get into fights with your family. Don't fucking drink and drive. Don't fucking, seek out craziness. If you are going to be that person, I said it this morning, try to find some help. Remove yourself from those situations. If you're at risk of those kind of behaviors, and because like high holidays tend to bring those, out those negative actions, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Thanksgiving. And then of course the other holidays, we're coming into one right now, Labor Day. I break my dick all year long and they don't like me or they don't trust me, that kind of stuff. That's very sad that this happened today. It's more than very sad. It's disgusting. I shouldn't even be saying that. NVDA trying to buy the dip right now. They had a nice low in the open this morning. Nice recovery. 1, 2, 3. The NVDA is looking very bullish right now. So you have the down move, up move to 1130. The down move held at 181.37. That's very good. If you were adding a long down here, this is your marked bottom. Just so you know, right here. I think it's fine for you to stay long here. Unless we violate this stuff down here, you're good to go. But I wouldn't be executing along here. If you're trying to get long here and you think the way is higher from here, look for back tests, of course. Buy back tests. Here's a back test right here. Stops and raise your stops as we go along. There's your stop line right there. We're doing this one more time, just like we did it here. So you just want to watch this. This is a cup and handle. You can see it. Here's your cup. Here's your handle. The expectation would be we're going up. No guarantees of that, but here's your stops right here. So if they blood you down, if we break through that one, you're going to then be looking to exit that trade that you're in from right here. And I personally like the pump high. If you want to get long here, I personally like this to be done first, then a back test, and then you can jump on it right there. But not until you get that high. Matter of fact, you can just do it right here. That's all you need to know. We don't need to hit the high up here yet. We'll talk about that stuff later. You want to see that tick right there. Otherwise, all this is still valid right here. keep sliding this over. Yep, hold on here, right there. Sorry about that. Maybe we can drop better. If that helps. Maybe that helps. Maybe that looks better. My drawings suck, dudes. I suck at drawing. Let me drink some water here. Well, I'm getting older. Like, what do you guys talk about? Exercise? Yeah, I think that's a part of a mental health plan, exercising. I agree with that statement. That's a good one. But I think it's a whole approach, or a holistic. I don't know if that's holistic means whole approach, but working out works well for people to blow off stress, right? This is not a double top. You had a prior high here and a new high right here.
Surely expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation.
When are we shorting it? I just showed it to you, Chase. You want to see it again? Chase, ping me on Twitter right now. I'll send you something, brother. I got you, brother. Ping me on Twitter right now. Ping me a DM and I'll show you something. Chase, ping me on fucking Twitter. You want intraday stuff, dude, or the big sell?
21 counterparties take $34.744 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
100%, Kurt. Okay, so there's two shorts, Chase. There's a short coming up on strength, but that's seasonal. Okay, write this down, Chase. We're trading into taking the money and running, right? So we're looking for highs to get out of the market, take our money and run. Or the market is. Okay, big sell. Okay, so I'm going to send you something on Twitter. And what I want you to do is get a calendar. I'm going to show you how to do this right now on stream, but ping me on Twitter. First, I'm going to post this in here. Hold on, my brother. Hold on, man. I'll get on Twitter. Here you go, my brother. Okay. I sent it to you right there. Okay, so I want to talk to you about this, Chase, okay? I want you to get a calendar, and then I want you to open a web page of the days that the stock market is closed this year. You can print it up with paper if you want, or do it digitally. And then I want you to just mark off, count the days without weekends and without market closure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the whole year. Do that for the whole year. And then I want you to go back and look at that chart that I have there. That's your real window of weakness. In and around that date is your real window of weakness for the market to roll down. Now, Chase, we trade quarter to quarter, well, year to year, 6 month to 6 month, and quarter to quarter. So what I want you to do is we haven't been able to break through August yet. We'll look to break through September. If we can confirm that, You have the seasonal weakness in there, right? And then what I want to tell you, Chase, is that if you're looking for the big short, we don't know that yet either. We'll know that if it happened. We'll know that after September, the last day of September, if that seasonal weakness is going to be like bloodbath more than what I'm showing you. And if you want the bigger short, it's likely at between 680 and 720. And I don't know when that happens. It could happen in December. It could happen right now. It could happen in March. So price, windows of opportunity, and then, of course, positioning matters. But if you want the first stab at it, that's where it is. I think exercising is a part of it all. I think it's a whole thing, right? You got to like, my family member, we're talking about no contact. When you have to go no contact with a person in your life. When I was young, if you were in a group of people and you had to go no contact with the group or a person, you would be ostracized by the group. So people thought they were the bad guy or the bad girl. And then you get on today, we all talk to each other, right? You find out that it's more frequent than you were led to believe in your groups of people, right? And it sucks to go no contact with people. But it's not just one thing you have to do, like no contact. Then you have to go to mental health services. Then you got to do exercising, lifestyle changes, who you keep in your life, all that kind of stuff. And you need other people to be there for you too, right? You need support networks around you. Maybe it's a job change. Maybe it's a location change. Don't believe anybody that tells you like, oh, if you change your location, like if you're really conservative, let's say you're like really conservative, and you're like, hey, I'm living in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I'm living with a bunch of these woke DEI, libtards, socialist communists, and I'm conservative. It's okay for you to move somewhere where there's a more conservative culture. But what else do you want to do? You want to make sure that it's productive, right? You want to make sure that you're not moving to like a Nazi compound. You know what I mean? You want to make sure you go into a church that's loving and conservative and all that kind of stuff, productive, and even if you disagree with other people, right? You get what I'm saying by that? So you don't want to fall down, and that's the same for if you were, a libtard living in. I'm living in the middle of Salt Lake City and I'm an atheist and I'm like hard left. Maybe you should move to Park City, or maybe you should move to another state. But at the same time, you shouldn't be moving to some militant compound of far left crazies, right? So I think it's a whole holistic thing. So I don't think it's just exercise. I think it's a lot of things. You know what I mean? No matter who you are or what your preclorative, I forget what the word is, but just be a good human matters a lot, doesn't it? Matters being a good human. Even if you fuck up, even if you make mistakes, even if you've made bad decisions, trying to be a good person is what matters, in my view. I'm always afraid of like those rabbit holes we go down, reading that story about shooting children, or it's mental health, right? It's like either mental health and it could still be mental health, right? You get so angry and desperate, and it's bad. Pejorative. Thank you for that word. That's what I was looking for, that word, pejorative. You're pejorative. No, it was penis. You're right. Either works. What's going on, Craze? How you doing, brother? Thanks for joining us in our trading group. I appreciate you, brother, getting in there. Everybody wants to say hi to Cray? Just say hi to Cray. What up, brother? How you doing? You ready to lose all your money with us? You ready to go back to Wendy's? It's looking sexy here, guys. This is all looking pretty good. Sorry. Yeah, I agree with that too, brother. 100. Number one predictor of longevity is how you treat others and how many people you interact with, and treat yourself too, right? You got to add that one in there. I've always been a firm believer in if you take care of yourself in a good way, like mental health, and then you can take care of other people. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anybody else, can you? Just sitting here parked right now, burning options. The drink at happy hour. Yeah, drinking's a way to get it to solve stress, right? Too. It's a short-term solution. As long as it doesn't get out of control. Excuse me, get out of control. God, I hate drinking and exercising. I was never good at it. Like the drunk runs and stuff, like they have a beer. We used to call them bull runs, I think, in the Army. We call it a bull run. So you like get off post and then you'd like hit a bar, shot, drink, go to the next bar. You guys anybody in the Army here, military, ever hear of a bull run when you're in the military? Is that old school? They don't do that anymore, maybe? They're not fun. You end up like puking at some point. You like run from bar to bar. Over here, this is all looking good so far. Still no confirmation. Just waiting for confirmation that the way is higher. It's looking good though. It's looking bullish here. Still no confirmation. We still need to see just this one little high right here. That's all we need to see. You can still get flushed below, so be careful. There's likely a dealer here ready to flush you down to the depths of hell. I sent feet pics to Joe this morning. Joe sent me a fucked up picture of his foot, and my daughters painted my nails this week. They paint my two daughters painted one big toenail on each foot, pink, hot pink. Yeah, just like that, El Director. Just like that. That's exactly what they did. It's like Joe sent me a foot pic, so I sent him one this morning. Okay, let's get into a preview. First, let me check on VolWiz, see if he's available today. He's been very sick. I meant to tell you guys that. Let me just check on him and see if he's available. Maybe we can get he can lend us some insights. he tracks this very. Okay, so he's very busy trading right now. He says he's Volwiz says that he's working on trades for farther out in time. We'll run with that. So what Volwiz is looking for, listen to this closely. So we're all looking for prints, right? Listen, this is a good point. So Scott is today looking at volatility trades next month. And why is he doing that today? So if you're a buyer or a bull, you're looking for a print, right? And he's already looking ahead that if you get that print, how do you execute a trade to the downside on a high? So he's doing that right now. He just contacted me like a minute ago. So he's got the forethought to plan ahead that trade. So if you're a bear, if you're a seller, if you're a vol kid, you like volatility, you like capturing unrealized volatility, you don't care about realized volatility, we're doing what he's doing, right? Well, if I get a high here, I can execute a trade for these upcoming vol events. So think about that right now if you're on sell side. Give me a second here. Uh-oh, what do I got going on with Discord? Okay, I haven't checked the Discord changes. Hang tighter, guys. A couple things I'm going to read to you. 8:27, 10 a.m. Give me one quick second here. If you are in our Discord, I'm going to post a bunch of white papers for you. If you're inside of our Discord, give me a second here, guys. I am going to, remember, you're looking for this tick right here. Looking for this one right here. You want to see this high tick right here. You need the high tick in here. I'll draw it like this too. This is the one right there. Yeah, you want to make sure we get above this right here. I'm going to post this for you in the Discord right now. Just one quick second. If you want to review this stuff on your own, you're more than welcome to. Now, we already did an NVDA preview, right? Earlier in the week. We're going to follow up with it again right now and see where we are. I'm going to read I'm just going to read to you guys over the next hour or two. Type one quick second here. Let me just check one quick thing here. So I want to set this segment up right. Still no high tick here. Be very careful of this. You're looking for the high tick, the back test to go up. Still no high tick. You ain't got no time. Ain't gonna go time for that. Oh, let me move this. Oh, wait a minute. What do I got going on? What's going on with my stuff over here? I messed all this up. Sorry about my sloppiness right now. All right. Let's go down here. Let's go down here. You can do this at home. You guys got this out on your own, right? Hold on one here. Okay. We're gonna look at. Let me just, can I do this? Okay. So here we go. This is NVDA. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's take a look at our early in the week expectations. And now we're at actual earnings, right? Let's see how we did. Sometimes we get this right, sometimes we don't. See what we got going on here. Pivots, get rid of this. Yep, get rid of that. And this is all changed. So we're going to redo all of this together. But let's see how we did. We were looking for bullish up here. Not trading it, but just looking for it. We knew that we were going to come down. We did. We hit right here. This is bullish. You guys can you guys see this in the? I don't know if you can see this in the chat, but or not in the chat, in the show. Just watch. Look at this closely. Now, this is important, right? This is what I want to talk to you about. We have the dotted line coming down, right? And this would unlock the door to go down here, right? We didn't get down there, did we? We got all the way down here. And we held support. When we reversed to the upside, what does that tell you? You guys remember when this happened? I did this with you on the show yesterday, right? I was like, oh, we got confirmation, right? That we're going to go up on the show, right? We didn't break below this to unlock further down into today, right? Where we thought we'd be bearish into today. We're like, oh, nope, they're going to front run it. So we front ran it, right? So we knew what to do here. Congratulations. We don't care if this goes here or here, but it implies the next move, right? So we bounced in here. That means that this move is not like this. Going to go down here and up, right? So we traded that yesterday, didn't we? Right? The next question becomes, if this isn't the downside move over here, we get rid of that, don't we? Right? Just get rid of that. And then we have a series of higher lows, don't we? We got the low. We got the higher low. So do you expect us to blast down here? Probably not. High chance of no. High chance of no. Or we need an event to do that, don't we? And we have one. We've got earnings for NVDA. Now let's look at one more thing right here. We're going to change all this here in a minute, but let's look at one more thing that's important here. And we're going to look at prior history. And I think I showed you this earlier. It shouldn't be exact, but if it rhymes, or it's close, that's all we really need to know, right? So we're going to look at this chart that I showed you earlier. This is from Volatility Wiz. And let's look at NVIDIA earnings. So this is before NVIDIA earnings. What do we do in the middle of the day? We bought the dip, and then we collapsed into the close. ER, we went up. Equal legs. And we use this as a sell the news, right? We're not quite there right now, are we? That's okay. It's fine, right? If it rhymes. But we did get this down move, didn't we? Right? We have the implication that it's up, up, and up. We know that binary events, there's no crystal ball. There isn't. There's zero crystal ball here. If a furu out there tells you, let's say there's 10 furus. You got 10 furus, right? Five tell you blood. We're going down. 5 tell you moon. Moonshot, right? Let's say we go moon. These guys disappear, don't they? Oh, not sorry, I got that wrong. Let's say we go moon. These guys disappear from social media. These guys go on social media and they go, woo! I was right. I'm always right. I'm the furu. Right? These guys disappear. On the convert and the inverse, these 5 guys said blood. These guys disappear. And they're like, woo, I got it. They go on socials. And you end up meeting these guys. You're like, dude, that guy nailed it. All these blood guys nailed it. So you start following that guy or gal, and then they miss the next one. Or no, moons, right? And all of a sudden you're like, dude, that guy nailed it. And now he's like missed fucking 3 in a row. Now 10 in a row. Is the life of a furu. Furus will disappear. Furus will tell you after the fact. Furus will not tell you before how they're positioned too, right? They'll not tell you before, hey, I'm positioned this way. Or they disappear. Or they, be quiet for a few days. You want to stay away from furus. Okay? Stay away from them. No furus. There's always going to be a furu out there telling, or always be one of those furus saying, I got it right. And you don't really care. You're just like, oh, God, this guy's fucking amazing. Captain Jim James is amazing. That's my furu. I'm not your fucking furu. What I'm going to tell you is you need to see the full picture. And especially on binary events, both of these outcomes are possible. So how do you trade it? And this looks prime candidate for what? What is that a prime candidate for? Anybody? It's not a strangle, is it? It's a straddle, isn't it? Come on, guys. It's fucking straddle. And then this would be the strangle, right? And then the later move. Right? So you can put some time usually on this stuff, right? Not only that, you can get, let's say you get sorry, let me get rid of all that. Let's say you do a straddle and there's no movement, and then you come into 0 date Friday and you get that move. Or maybe it's next week on Tuesday. You get the actual print on Tuesday, the 2nd after Labor Day. You start to think about things. If I'm a dealer, I don't want, if everybody's on calls, I don't want this going up here right now. There's potential for 0 date Friday, Tech 0 date Friday. You guys know what Tech 0 date Friday is? It's like the biggest day of the week for expiring on a weekly basis where we've got worthless 0 dates. It's when you can actually trade like SPY and Qs on individual tickers. If I'm a dealer, I might even do this. There's your upside move. I don't print your calls, but I print them later. Or I print them on Tuesday. I get all the theta kill and all the theta murder. So you got to start to think about, if I'm going to put a straddle on, maybe I put the straddle on for more time. Well, I can buy the second. All right, fuck it. How about buying the fucking month? How about buying OpEx for September? Make sense? You can still catch the print here. Matter of fact, you can, let's say you do it like this. So you go up here, we'll even be bullish here. By tomorrow's open, it's down here. One side of your straddle prints, burr baby burr. Add some more calls to this side, and you catch the print on Tuesday, the upside. Woo! How many times have you seen this with AMD? All the time, right? They sold AMD. They come out and say, what? AI once a week later. Whoop. Here's your print. So now you're like making money on one side. This side's dying, but you're making some money in the downside. Then you're adding for the long over here, and you're catching it on the back end, right? Same on the inverse. You do the straddle, we moon. Cha-ching, take the money and run. I got a bunch of puts down here that are worthless. And a week or two later, and they're like dated out here, you're adding to that put pile. You got lottos down here. They're kind of cheap. And I got murdered, but I made money on the call side. Now I'm going to add more of those puts. Bam, down there, and seasonal weakness, right? So straddles look good here. They look great with time on them. They look outstanding. If you're a poor trader, what are you waiting for? Probably if you didn't get in back here and we told you to every fucking time, you're probably down here. Way down there somewhere. Literally, that's where you are. If you're a responsible trader, you missed the whole fucking thing, didn't you? Oh, fuck you, you missed it. So down here. Even if they hit this. Oh, I missed it. Okay, it's going to come the fuck back down. You can buy it down there. You know, with the rest of the fucking people that put risk on when everybody's hair is on fire. And you can do this. Why? Because we know where they are, right? We know that there is what? We know that there is, this is where the buyers are, right? They're down here. This fucking guy right here is a good buyer. The next group of those buyers are over here. Way over there, that's where they are. There's a beautiful little cup and handle. This is implying bullishness. Whoop. Yay. Got the high. Awesome sauce. Come back down here. They're looking for this, right? What about that? Let's say you're a bull. What's up, Cap? Let's say like, Cap, fuck you. It's only uppies, bro. Okay, so, and I got a little bit of money. I'm not rich, but I got a little bit of money. Okay, so you think up, only up. Can your trade absorb this move first before going up there? Yes or no? Why in the fuck would you ever take that trade and not have a second chance to beat it or win it? Why in the fuck would you ever do that? Let's say you're bullish up here. We go up here, and by morning, it's down here. So maybe you synthetically trade your bullish thesis
The US may boost the number
via
of troops in
Qs.
Poland.
Until 4:15, you take what you can. I took what I can, Cap. Cha-ching, 4:15 hits. Okay, no big deal. And then I'm going to come back in and buy that dip down there. Whew. You're a badass too, aren't you? Especially if you're bullish in thesis. You don't like straddles, you don't have money, you don't have margin, you don't have this, you don't have that. So let's delete all of this and just take a peek where we are. Let's start from scratch.
Hello.
First thing we're going to look at here is on a daily basis for momentum. We're going to just check in on Momo.
And I'm gonna do a little advert for
This looks great. Weekly closes look good.
If
Look at this accumulation on a weekly basis.
real time.
This lends itself to a good print on Friday, doesn't it? Continuation if we go up on close. If we blood, Friday still looks good for 0 to 8 Friday.
A 67% tariff, you get a discount.
Daily velo looks good, but not great. It gives us no edge here. It looks like it's giving us edge, but in reality, I wish we were coming into these earnings down here and beginning to turn up. If I saw that, I'd be like, that's edge right there. We could blast all the way up here, big monster print. We're going to have continuation. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. Series of higher lows on velo on a daily basis. We don't have it. We got some goodness on Friday. That looks pretty good. But no edge there. On a 30-minute basis, let's see what we can see. That's looking kind of weak right there in 15 minutes. This is telling us nothing. This is half an hour. This is actually can be considered going up a little bit more, but it's looking like decline. So the intraday small time frames aren't helping us. On a 30-minute basis, we're actually on a decline. That's not good. So maybe a little bit of blood into the close before the ER, and then maybe up because of the daily and weekly closes here. So this is also warning you to possibly be a little bit more reining in expectations if you're just getting in at the end of the day. So you have some good information here so far. Excuse my coughing here. What else can we tell about where we are? Let's go in a larger frame here. We are at what right now? Price right now is $181.95. I always tell you about zeros and fives. I always tell you about $2.50. So we came up, I want you to look at this price action right here. We start with a target of $200, right? We know that automatically as we come into what? 185.50, right? Oh, hold on here. Sorry. Oh, I don't know what I did there. Hold on. We have 205.50, right? Easy. This isn't hard stuff, is it? 205.50. Pretty easy. By the way, we're breaking higher right now, looking pretty bullish. 205.50. And you got the 190s in here. Like here's 190 in here. You get the 250 over here, right? 250 before you get 190. But I want you to think about something here. You got a lot of supply up here. You got a lot of supply here. You got a lot of supply at 190. And this is the big one right here, 200, right? Or not that one, sorry. This is the big one right here, 200, right? And what are we doing up here? We hit 185.50, sold it down, right? Get the high, sell it down, right? You got me? This is 188.85, 190, right? Then the 200 or 198.50, then down, right? Grind, 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 right? What does this tell us? This tells us that what? There's a guy up here or a group of banks that know that there's a lot of supply in here and that any binary event that's positive could send this skyrocketing for them to sell into with strength. So number one, there's likely a bank up here looking to sell into strength and he wants to get yield. And if this event provides it, they'll take it. If this event doesn't provide that ability to take yield, let's say we roll this down, they will remain long. So we do this tomorrow and Friday, maybe we go up there. Tuesday we come back, we're up there. They can then exit. If we go down and can't do shit, they get one more opportunity as of right now in September, right? Up here. So if you're going to take your bullish, hey, I need an event-driven or market-driven or OPEX or quarterly OPEX or month-end OPEX, maybe you put more time on your trade so that you can either take that money and run here, take that money and run there, take that money and run there. Now, we know where supply is, don't we? We know exactly where it is. It's right here. 185.50. So in a base case, I said 205. It's 202. It's 202.50. Right here. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Now we have to look at current price and expectations for the move today. Yesterday we were at 6%. We know that gamma changes or is dynamic. If you're smart and you want to use big words, gamma is dynamic. It's constantly changing. Delta hedging changes, right? Depending upon where we are. Event-driven, IV, OI, that kind of stuff. So we're going to look right now as we come into the end of the day, and we're going to look at, I think, where are we at today for Nvidia? Yesterday we were at 6.1%. Today we're at 6%. Any pullbacks on SPY, buy it. We're bullish. We got the new high. Congratulations. We know there's supply above here, and we see where price is right now. So let's start to measure 6.1 or 6% still valid. There's price. This is 6.1%. Somewhere in there, right about there. This validates supply above, right? So we're all talking about getting to 200. The implied upside move is right in here. And I don't disagree with that. Up, down, up, and then what? Remember that big supply at 200, right? They're definitely going to sell you down, even if you get renewed buying. So right in here, you can see them. They're right there. Trying to get my longs. Maybe you get it over here with a call spread or something. Even if we bloodbath down, you'll come in back and get the print. Even if we blood back down, jackknife up and go sideways, get the print. Big wall up here, right? Now, is this move priced in? There's your next question. Let's say we come into this earnings and we blast off. We've been consolidating forever, haven't we? Let's say you go up here, right? You get the print. You come back down tomorrow. So you get the move in the after hours today. They do the downside. Then we go back up here. This is a different an hour. This is on a daily chart, but if this is a 1 minute chart, you get what I'm saying? One here. This isn't, but we're not on a day. It depends on 1 minute chart. You know, they go up here, right? Down in a Friday, and then they give you the move here. Or better yet, they give you the move on Tuesday. Dealers get to murder the chain. You're all on single options. And meanwhile, they're like up, down, murder your single options, back up again, whoop, on Tuesday. Let's do the downside move really quick. Here's price. Here's 6%. 6%. There's a gap to close down below. There's all this crap down here. Weekly. This is pretty bearish, isn't it? We don't want to see something, do we? Or not bearish, but like we don't want to see is what? So we go up here, pop up, go down. We don't want to see a new low, do we? We want to see that low is fine. Even that low is fine. Just no second low. Let's take a closer look now on a monthly basis and see what candles are telling us. Let's see if we can divine anything from these candles. We got the high, we got the low. Have we taken out most of this candle yet? Nope. So we know a few things here. This is bull support. Right here. Bulls need to hold 156.25. If they can hold that, drive is alive. We could literally burn this whole thing down and still be going here. Let's look on a week. Let's go back to a month really quick. Go look at a week here. On an intraday basis, what else can we tell? Or intra-week basis, what else can we tell? We go up, no. Go up, no. Right? Way up there, no. Uh-oh. Back up again. That gives another line, doesn't it? So we're going to snap for an intraday, not monthly basis, but an intraday line. Right? That's right about, let me just check this here. Here's the low. Right here. As long as we stay above 172.60 on an intraday and week basis, we're good. Now let's look at the expected move. Here's your big expected move for a print. And all of a sudden, what do you see? Right? As long as we don't break this, we're good, right? So this is intra-week for today, tomorrow, and Tuesday. We want to know this right here, right? Watch closely. We don't want to go below 172.60. I mean, literally like a fucking tick. Listen to me closely here. You do not want to see price trade below 172.60. If you're long and we blast down here and we break through here on any return, get out of your trade. You can enter it again later, but more than likely we're going down. So 172.60-ish within a few pennies. Okay? Why is that? Why is that? Well, do you see this candle right here? That's support. If you come down here and take most of that candle, it means that these buyers are gone. They're gone. And we're going to go to the next known buyers. And that ain't right here. It's the next level down. Remember, this is the way higher. And this is the way lower. And you got it right here, right? It's right here, bull support. So if you break this, you would expect the next move down right there. Maybe this was just corrective. Make any sense? I hope it does. If it doesn't, keep watching the program. We'll go over it every fucking day until you do. We go over this pretty frequently. We're going to go to a daily basis now. Remembering all of these points I've been making to you. Weekly closes are good. 0 dates on Friday are good for Nvidia. Now let's see what we can see in here on a daily basis. Let's look at this candle right here. Check that out. We got this candle right here. And this took almost 20%, didn't it? That means that there's a fair chance that today we go down here at least and print that one right there, believe it or not. 178 to go higher. Very possible. So the first thing we're going to look at here is we're going to do a little thing right here. We're going to go we're going to draw that in as a dotted line. This is a place to buy the dip. On a 4-hour basis, check it out. We're starting to look down here, aren't we? If you have weakness into the close, it's possible you could drop all the way down here, whipsaw up. So if you want to add longs on bullish report, I don't mean spreads or anything or calls or anything. Like if you want to add, if you're like, I'm bullish cap and I want to own Nvidia, you might get a chance at 177.98 between now and like 4 or 5 p.m., maybe 6 p.m., right? We got like oh my God, big down move. I add, my thesis is bull. All of a sudden you're ramping to 200. That's pretty good trade, right? 174 to 200 is pretty good, right? Let me go back here and look one more time. Just check this real quick. We don't care about any of these down here right now. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. I just want to mark them out. Hey, look at that. There's a daily dip buy. How close it is right there. Look at it right there. Yep, I agree with that. I didn't even need this stuff. I didn't need to see any of that tool. I just looked at it and said, yeah, that's where it's at right there. Shocker, it comes into play. We already know that. Look at that. Woo. Here's your 4. This is beautiful right here. On an intraday basis, we're extremely bullish. So even though I said to you, hey, we could go all the way to the close, drop all the way down here, go all the way up. On an intraday basis, we're extremely bullish. There's no real risk of that happening except for event risk. For intraday, you're looking to buy right here. And they did. They bought right here. Look at them. Like intraday, right? Today, inside of yesterday, inside of today. And look what they did inside of today. They bought right there. So intraday until we get to the event, we're bullish. Let's look to see if there's a dip to buy before the close today on an hourly basis. Let's look over here. Go to a 1 hour now. We can do this just by counting candles. We don't need to do any of this tool or whatever. This is just easier. But this is kind of shocking here. Look at this right here. On an hourly basis, we've got some resistance. We need some good news. This is your you shall not pass or Gandalf line right here. 1 hour. And you got a little bit more like no, 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 no up here. Not necessarily bearish. We'll change it to yellow. But intraday, intra-hour, there's a lot of like you shall not pass, isn't there? You're not getting up there, I don't think. And even if you do, you're going to come back down into the event, right? So let's draw this down over here. Let's mark out some time here. This is 1600. We can go all the way down here. Binary event. We don't have to, but after the bell, we can go all the way down there. I don't think we do. There's no requirement that we go down there. Tight here. And we're going to draw this right here. Hold on. And we're going to look for a few things. There's a new high. That's bullish. After the bell, right? Whipsaw. Up here, down, up, up, up. This is priced in, isn't it? We talked about Friday. The 0 to 8 Friday. Here's Tuesday. We'll do two of these. Here's Friday close. Here's Tuesday in case it takes over the weekend. Let's do 9:30 in the morning. 10. Let's do 10. I'm not bearish here, so we're going to get rid of that. That's Friday, 1600. There's the print that you want. Hey, check that out. And all of a sudden, there's your new high for continuation to 200, isn't it? Friday close, Tuesday open. There we go. So we catch this high up here. Now remember, we can remember something here, right? We're going up there. We can go there right now. Or we can go there up here, over here, right? So the thesis is up. We can whipsaw down here. Doesn't matter. It's all in service of going up. Starting to squeeze on SPY right now on that. We can just go straight up. Or you can come over here and do it, right? So if you want a place to buy the dip, it is 178.72. Oh God, SPY, keep on going. Trading 647.04 right now. Expectations into the bell is where? Right here. This is Thursday, 4 a.m. Here's 9 a.m. on Friday. Where's Friday 9 a.m.? There we go, right there. I'm going to move this over. Oh, God, keep going, SPY. Keep on fucking going. Trading 6-4. Let me go over here and just show you guys this. Cranking, cranking, cranking. Looking to trade 648 into the close here. Coming into all-time highs right now. Trading 647.25, just a tick under it. So you can see it. Actually, we'll come down first. Hold on here. I got that wrong. Hold on here. Nope, popping us up already. Now, new all-time high, I think, in SP, SPY. Remember that the target is 648.50, right up here. You see it? Let's go back to Nvidia. Get rid of the 6%. We already know where it is. Remember that this is a dotted line. And remember right here. Right there. So let me give you best case scenario on NVDA. Squeeze up into the bell, trade 183.50 or so, maybe even 185. That's even possible. Blood down, way back up again. Up here. Oops, sorry. Up here. Right there. Target after the bell, after the close into tomorrow, 186.12. 186 or 186.12. You might be able to get this up here, rein in your expectations, but you could take that after the bell, 188, 189, 185, 950. Rein in expectations, get a better print. There. So you can see it. And then come back in Friday morning and look for continuation into either Friday close. This would be a new high up here too. And even Tuesday to 196.83. 200 between now and Tuesday. between now and Tuesday. You want to see the main screen? There it is right there. So my expectations. Bullish. Target 200. I can't tell if it's going to be after the bell. I can't tell if it's going to go moonshot. I'm not your furu. I can't tell you it's going to go there. I am looking for the print, though, by the second. Make sense? We all good? Also, note in this chart that I've got this like, hey, it's possible to go down here. You can actually go all the way down here and still be in that trade right there. Does that make sense? So if you want my personal take, I'm bullish on Nvidia. There's a lot of supply above at 200. I can't tell I can't tell from the option landscape how we get there. Make sure that you manage your trade. If you like the straddle, I think that trades is fine as well. I can't tell you we're not going to bloodbath. If NVDA comes out and says everything is awful, and then comes out next week and tell everything is great, make sure you're putting time on your trades. Make sure you're accounting for the up and downside moves. These are very binary events. And I want to tell you the bear thing. Now, I don't think this has a big chance of happening. It's like a 5% chance. But I want you to think about where everyone is. If everyone is on up, this would be a prime time to sell into those people. I don't think it's going to happen, but if this was top today, this would be a prime time to do it. Everybody's fucking long. They're going to pay for the downside move in September, October. So just be conscious of that. You don't have to be trading it. Don't be picking that as a trade, but just be aware of it so that your trade is managed. Now, let's say this is the top. We're going to go into the bear case, even though I don't think it's valid. Even if this is the top, you do not want to be shorting here. You want to be shorting on a high at 200. And it might be a few days, right? Everybody's happy. They're buying calls. We go up there. They're buying calls on Friday. You got to wait. It's higher. If it's not higher, you taking a trade like we're going down the depths of hell, you will lose that trade more than you'll win it. You're guessing. There's no need to take that trade. So let's say we get horrible. That's the top, Cap. You were wrong, Cap. So we blast down here, break through support, right? It's horrible. Market will still climb higher. I know it doesn't go straight down. And if that was the top, you've got plenty of time for that hourly trigger and daily trigger to come down for you to get on board. So rather than calling tops, you get that next leg to the downside. That's called being responsible. Called having rules. I don't need every fucking trade. I don't need to call tops. I don't need a crystal ball. I don't need to be a furu. I don't need to disappear in shame, put the cone of shame on and leave. So you can still get that trade over here or even farther out. You flip sentiment and all of a sudden they're all on your side. And then you get a bunch of people piling in wanting to sell with you. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Dip being bought on SPY to go back and get the new high again. Target still 6.8 or 6478.20. 50 on SPOOs. So bullish thesis to the upside, print me 200. If we can't get this done and we don't break support like the bears want, that I just told you, that thesis, look for that print into the second. Worst case scenario, it's OPEX of September. Okay? So structure your trades accordingly so you make money. Now let's say I told you all this and you're like, well, fuck you, Cap. I want some skin, bro, some lottos. I would say do that trade, that long trade or bear trade with 0 dates that are cheap. Not your whole account. Hey, I got 10 grand. I'm going to spend $100. Not 1,000. Not 5 grand. Not 8 grand. I got 10 grand. $100. Buy some cheap 0 dates for tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday. Even if they're pennies. Yeah, they're worth 20 cents. Make sense? I know, Fish and Dare. I know, bro. You probably know what I'm saying here. I guarantee like 70% of people don't even understand what I'm saying right now. But the 30% that do, this whole talk is for you. You know what I mean? And if you don't understand what I'm talking about right now, eventually you will. Your journey is a little bit earlier than other people. One day you'll understand all of these concepts. So when you get there, it'll be great. Make sense? All right. So my Furu answer is up. Manage that trade if you're wrong. And I am wrong. I get like 7 to 9 trades right on average, probably 7. But I go on hot streaks like 9, 10, 20, seriously. But I do go through then bad streak. So don't take me as your Furu. Don't be like, I Cap said this and it did that. Or this, or I don't know, Bob the Builder, the biggest trader on the biggest Furu on FinTwit. I don't know if that guy's an actual guy. I think it's somebody I made up, but don't follow those people. See all the different outcomes, see the risk that you have associated with the trade, and trade like that. Don't fucking trade these like insane shit. You always blow it up. Eventually they come for you. This market is built for that. That's how we get to the 70% losers and 98% losers per year. It's because of not following something like this. It eventually catches you. Statistics are not opinions. They're facts unless they're manipulated. Cool? All right, there's my 227. We're going to keep this chart up for you down below here. And we're going to cycle through this chart and SPX for known resistance. I'm going to make this chart bigger for you so you can see it. I'm going to go to a 1 minute on NVDA. This is 4 p.m., 1600. Yeah, right near. We'll go right there. Remember that this is all dotted line, not guaranteed to happen. But there's potential for that to happen. NVDA bullish right now. We're also going to keep up SPX so you can see it. Trading 64.86. Remember that we're being dragged higher because of all of these calls up here. Not because we're going there. Still lots of supply at 6,500. Don't be faked out by these fucking, I gotta write SPX gamma in there. This is your PT1. We're at PT2 right now. We're going to reverse here. No, not yet. Here, we're going to reverse right about here. Here's your PT2. PT3. You want to see this down below? I'm going to start rotating these, I think. Can I rotate these anymore? They might have gotten rid of my rotator software. That sucks. Okay, so I got no rotator tool. I'll have to get a new rotating tool. I'm going to read some stuff to you for the rest of today. Or first off, do you have any questions? Let me ask you guys a question. You guys have any questions out there? Discord, any questions? Let me ask Discord. We do Tesla. So King Cuck, we do Tesla updates twice a day for pro traders. No thoughts on Vive or Snow. This is relevant to we're looking at NVDA, SPOOs, NASDAQ, IWM for today and next few days. I'll get to that stuff as soon as we get past NVDA. We'll get to that. I will do that for you. This is relevant to this stuff right here, where generally everybody's on this stuff. Any questions on this stuff right here? I just got to wrap this up and move on from here. Hold on here. Goddamn right. Hold on, I'm trying to scroll through right now. I'm trying to go through here. Are you doing the 660 trade? You guys, I've already posted that, right? I posted that fucking trade. Not the last chart I did. Chart before that is still valid. Literally, if you go to FinTwit, if you don't know that, if you're watching the show right now, you're like, I hate that fucking guy on FinTwit. If you just look at the charts that I post, they're all fucking burning good. Like, they're all right. So, yes. If you look at the charts that I have on FinTwit, they're like, oh, this guy doesn't give nothing away free. I fucking give you perfection on FinTwit. I'm not fucking with you, but I mean, if people are watching the show. Near perfection. I dare fucking anybody out there to be posting fucking charts that are weeks out and they're near perfection. So that's where I usually post the legit, I think this is going to happen. So yeah, you guys already know my target, right? You guys don't know my target. Some of you guys don't. Some of you guys do. Some of you guys are swift. Fucking doggone it knows what's up. We have a pullback coming ahead, just a heads up to you. We have a pullback coming. I promise you. So SPY, right? So you guys want some targets on SPY? You want some targets? We should go up to that 648. and we're going to fuck around, and then we're going to squeeze up on Friday, and we're going to likely hit 648.50. I mean, sorry, yeah, 648.50, 650, somewhere in there. We're close to it right now. We're trading 647.20, and I think that we're going to blast down, personally. So I showed this to you on the SPY chart already, right? I'll show it to you again. I think we blast down to 642. We jump off there. It's not required, but I think we should. Do you guys know where the higher targets are? You want to know where they are? People are going to think I'm fucking crazy. It's like 657 and change. Then we sell there. And then we're going to trade like 660. 660 or near it. We'll fail like 658 and 50 or something like that. And then we're going to back test all the way down to 630, and then we're going to trade 673. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go fucking moon. We're trading 682. Yeah. We're going to trade near 700. We're going to trade like 680, pull it back huge, and then we're going to go above it. You guys want an end of the year target? You want end of year target? Any of you guys out there want an end of the year? I don't think you should execute this trade until October, but you want an end of the year target? You want a February target? I'll post in the Discord. E-Trade shorts. There it is. There's your gift today. Now that can change, but as of this moment, that's your end of the year target. I will warn you guys of some. I'm going to give you guys some warnings here. Some serious warnings here. Okay. We can't predict a recession, and anybody that tells you they can is fucking lying. All those old school ways of predicting it are broken, or they haven't hit yet. We can predict recessions like every day if we want. Doesn't make it so. So I can't predict one next year, but I'm going to tell you guys some. When we come into, if we get a high print in December or March, fucking go risk off, okay? I'm telling you guys, like it could get violent. We get like that 680, 720, that zone, super, super dangerous. We're not there yet, so. But I'm warning you guys. We are potentially looking at like 10 to 15 years of down market. Well, quickly down and then sideways and up, and flushing a lot of fucking people out. We're not there yet, but in the next 3 to 6 months, if this data starts getting really bad, it's going to be fucked up. If some of the policy decisions are implemented, which I think they are, I think the Democrats and the Republicans are both in on it. I think that the tech bros are in on it. I think they're all in on it. They're going to change our economy. Robotics, AI, the next age in the United States. If that stuff starts creeping, or if the impacts start creeping in, we're talking about a generational shift. And this kind of economic change usually is followed by pain. It's just a matter of how bad the pain is. Like how much pain do we actually go through? I think it's going to be pretty. I don't think it'd be the same as the Depression, but I think it'll be a version of that where you reprice everything. You reprice equities in particular, reprice the dollar, reprice equities. But we're not there yet. So we don't like Trump could be removed from office or pass away or something from natural causes. Midterms could change this whole thing. I don't think it does, though. They've been doing this. You can check the Fred. They've been working on this fucker they've been working on this since like 2016. And COVID was the door closing on it. You can, if you don't believe me, if you're out there watching this right now, go to the Fred and look up industrial building. And then look at it over like 10 years, and you're gonna see that they were already planning this. This has been in the works for a long time. And all they do to you, in my view, is they give you pain and they take the pain away. Like, here, I'll give you Trump and give the pain. Then I'll give you Biden to soften you up, and then I'll put you back to a new style of Trump. But we're going there, whether it's kicking and screaming or voluntarily. I don't know. We're going there. I promise you. Mark my words on this. In 50 years, you're going to look back on this time and be like, holy fuck. We're in a new age. And if you want to look back on some historical examples, we had the first industrial age was in the late 1800s, mid 1800s, late 1800s. Second one was in the turn of the century into it lasted in like 1940. We're in the second one right now. I just don't know the outcomes. I don't think anybody does. How much pain there is, or how little pain there is, or what you give up or don't. You're being asked a lot right now. You're being asked to give up your form of government. I don't know how you do deal with that as a person or not, or if something bad happens to stop that or whatever. I can't predict that shit, but I assure you we're in a new age. 1000% we're in a new age. They've been working on that shit for like a decade now. You can see it in the data at the Fed. If you take the fucking time and look for it, it's there. You can look at machinery construction, industrial machinery construction, industrial building construction. You can see it everywhere. It's clear as day. And I think the door closed during COVID. And I think COVID was real, but I think it was manufactured to make that proof that when you shut down the U.S., we're fucked for goods being delivered here. And I think that was the proof, the test to proof that we have to do that to make our way through the world in the future. We were already ready to sell. We were already ready to sell there. If you don't know that, if you've got triggers, you can see, or if you got Velo and triggers, you can see it. We were going to sell anyways. So I think they used it as a test example for the severity of it. If I had to guess. Trading 647.16 right now. Coming into power or sour hour. Do you guys know that I have not traded once today? I wanted to and was too focused on you guys all day long. I didn't want to get caught DGen 0-8 trading and not being focused for you. I want to make sure you guys didn't get murdered today on the market. So I haven't done anything. I haven't partaken of any of this all day long. Seriously. Been all focused on you guys today. Here's 1600. Yay, right on track. Yay. Let me just check a 15-minute here really quick. Here's some nice places to buy the dip. Let me just check an hour really quick. In case they flush you out. Still down here. Nothing's changed. Right there. And we're going to have one last conversation here, okay? One last conversation here. We squeeze up. This is the top line thing for you. We squeeze up, right? We hit that high. Be ready for a correction. Be ready. We hit that 648.50 or even higher. We squeeze up here, like do this. Be ready for a corrective move. It's 42. It's not a big corrective move, just 42. This is gone now. We don't need that. We broke above it earlier. There was no downside move. This is all good. We did all that properly. Did you notice how we managed that trade earlier today? Hey, you're looking for the new high to have extension higher. We're looking to not make the new high and a new low to roll to the downside. You see how we managed today cleanly? See how clean we managed the day today? Don't need any of that. This is all we need at this point. Nice, clean management of trading today. It was beautiful. It's fucking sexy. Fucking love being able to focus on that shit and not trading. Like when I'm trading and doing all the other, talking to you guys, all that kind of stuff, it's hard for me to do it all without mistakes. Okay. Let's go back up here again and just read the rest of this stuff. Okay, if I was bullish, how far out would I think I would want to express the trade synthetically on Nvidia? Good question. I gave you those dates. First one is today at the close, tomorrow, Tuesday, and then OPEX of September. That means that I would be having a date of September 19th. FOMC, I think, is on that. Let me check this. September. Good question. Hold on here. Let's get more exacting here. No hindsight trading. Oh, Cap, we printed 200 at 4 p.m. I could have made so much more money. Don't trade like that. Trade to make money consistently. Before you know it, you're going to be rich. September OPEX is the 19th. September, I think 16th is the FOMC, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. Remember, these aren't recorded videos. I gotta 16th and 17th. Woo! So I would say that I would capture the 19th and try to close it between now and then. What else do we got here? Oh, thanks, E-Trading Shorts. Appreciate you, my brother. E-Trading Shorts, thanks for putting that. He said OPEX too. Good job. Thank you very much. No, I shouldn't say good job to him. The fucking guy's a professional. Sorry, hold on a second here. INTC. Oh, I'll update those. All those tickers you guys are asking about. I'll talk to you later about. We need to talk about. Also need to talk about UNH because everybody was bullish and I'm bearish. I'm the only fucking guy bearish on UNH. So I'll go over. I'm gonna write these down right now. Hold on, guys. Let me go back up and scroll up and get these for you. Hold on a minute here. All right, hold on. Hang tight here. What do we? I'm gonna write them all down. Hold on, guys. Tesla, King Cuck Tesla. We do update that twice a day on our website. What else we got to do? INTC, SoFi. What's going on, doggone it? Damn it, you. What's up, Tapping Toucan? What's up, my brother? Oh, I gotta read. Oh, I gotta go. I'm trying to read. What the fuck is going on? The end of the day target, I drew it for you this morning. This morning I told you 648. There'll never be a recession. Data's all fake. I understand you on that. What's my hedge? I've got a hedge for November 17th. Prints anything below. Well, it used to print anything below like 620. No, it used to print anything below 630. Now, right now, I think I got to be below 626. Anywhere from there to 590, I make money. But I've been trading this up the whole entire way. So I paid for that hedge probably a month ago. That hedge is actually free now. So that hedge stays on. Matter of fact, if we get out all-time high here, not an all-time high, but if we hit the numbers that I want, the 657 or whatever, I'll probably pull the long side of that trade off and just leave the short side on. That's a good question about my hedge. You guys are killing me. Hold on here. Well, it wasn't manufactured. So COVID is real and was real. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't that it wasn't real. It was what was being done in the background during COVID. Alex, if you guys want to talk COVID one day, I'll talk to him. If we have some time, I'll write this down too. How about this? I will do with facts explain to you COVID from the perspective of businesses, government, and its implications in our economy, and I'll show it with facts, not my opinion. I'll pull the data for you and show it to you, and where we were in the market at that time. If you were in market before COVID, you already knew that we were ready to drop. We were just waiting. I'll show it to you. I'll do a COVID special for you guys, so you can see this. And I think COVID was real. I don't think it was created to create this. I think that was a real thing. But I'll show you about the coincidences and stuff. And they've been working on this. And it was probably a dry run to like, hey, let's shut down the economy and see what happens, because we're heading in that direction as it is. It was opportune. It was an opportunity to do that in that situation. The situation presented itself. They took it. I'll show it to you later. It's not conspiracy, not craziness. It's not like it was all manufactured. None of that shit. I'll explain it all to you. It's not based in crazy. It's not like they did this because of this. This was already happening. It happened to be the right time to test other things out while it was going on, or to proof their concepts. What else? Microsoft, okay. You ready for the truth? It's not rocket science. It's not like what's shocking about it is that only a few data people talk about it. There are data people that talk about this. They're not conspiracy theorists. You just wouldn't hear it in the news. You kind of have to just look for it yourself. It's fairly easy to see. Let me show you guys. You guys want to see something cool? Hold on a second here. I'll give you a teaser, okay? Hang tight here. You want a teaser? I'll give you a teaser, okay? Hang tight here. Here we go. This is the Fred. Do you notice here how we have this is called like this is trend, right? Hold on, I'll move this over. This is industrial building construction. Okay? This is 2008. You can see a little like build, right? Isn't that fascinating? When I tell you to, in a recession, start a business, build, right? And more importantly, we have trend. This is natural trend. And I want you to remember something on the left-hand side over here. I want you to look at this. This is like 100, 110, 130, right? And then we made a giant jump right here. This is COVID. And we super ramped. This is the proof that we needed to change our economy, and to note that if we ever went into war with China, that if the AI and robotics really works, that we'd be fucked. But how do you get there? When you decide, hey, we're going to start building, and I mean like see trend, when it's like this. Remember, we have no president. Trump wasn't in Trump 2 here, was he? So this was in anticipation. But how do we get here? It wasn't like just one guy goes, yeah, we're going to start everybody's going to start building. That means that they were already discussing this. Like the discussions and planning for this were already happening. And then once we had the validation that if shipping ended for any number of reasons, AI, robotics, war, they got together in 2020. They were partying while you were locked up. You were locked up and they were meeting out at Aspen. And they were like, dude, we're fucked if we ever go to war. We need to roll this out now, right? And you have to be able to understand that when you leave a normal trend and you start ramping right here, this is 18. That means they were discussing it in 15. They started ramping it already out of trend and then super ramped it once the proof was given. And it's still ramping right now. Does that make sense? This is abnormal. Not normal. But how do you get to this ramp? That means that the decision making was happening over here. See the early ramp and then the, whoa, we got to do this. Industrial building like that is not normal. And to get to that point, to dedicate that kind of money into that is not a light decision. So when people tell you like, oh, we're not going to go to war, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, someone over there is betting billions of dollars on it. Billions. I got a whole bunch of other shit to show you guys, but there's your introduction to it. Do you see that spoken about anywhere? Fuck no. They're not telling you and I they're doing that. Right? No one's going to tell you what's going on behind the scenes. Let's look at this really quick. Ooh, oh, there it is up there. You see it? Oh, there it is right there, right? Right there, right there. Remember, we're plebs. Remember that you and I read FinTwit. 140 characters must be true. Some of you go to Wall Street Journal and go, yeah, fuck FinTwit. I'm going to read the journal's take on this. That's probably the rest of you. Only about 5 to 10% of you. Literally, reporters don't even do this. They literally get their fucking data from FinTwit and regurgitate it at a news spin sizzle. Maybe like even less. Of you and I, maybe 1%. Read FinTwit, read the Journal's take or whatever piece of media you want, Fox, CNN, I don't care. And then maybe 1% of you go, I'm going to go look at the actual data. And then that they're citing, especially statistics, especially rates on charts and graphs. You'll see you'll see somebody go, like, you'll see somebody do something like this. They'll be like this. Like, this is what they do to you guys. They'll be like this. They'll be like, well, we just got this month's data. It's going down. No, they'll go like this. This is what they'll tell you. I just read something recently about this. This is like wealthy people. This is a New York, I forget the name of this, GMOZ. I'll show you a perfect one right here. Hold on a second here. Are you guys ready for this? I got a great one for you. I'll give you a proof right now on something. I got something for you. This is on college kids unemployment. Wait till you see this shit. I got a great one for you. Here you go. Let's show you guys something cool. Okay, so this company is called G0. You should look them up. You should Google search this company called G0. They're part of it's called the Writing Guild in New York City or something, Writer Studio. Their building got rebought and a bunch of different companies came in, but this is a pretty big time. Let me post this in the Discord so you can follow along. Let me show you how information is manipulated. So this guy's a writer, right? These guys have a fucking $36 million building or something, $13 million building in New York City. These are people that go to college to become journalists. Here's an article called The Collapse of the College Premium. This looks pretty bad, right? ChatGPT release. Snapshot. College grads face higher jobless rates. ChatGPT is going to ruin everybody. The implication is that we're going up and that this is going up and we're going to do the Great Recession. And hey, look, we're at a bottom here, and we're going to do this next. Great Recession Part 2. Right? Pain and agony and suffering, wrote Sam Angel about his job hunt. This is called incidental, not based on any facts. This is one person's experience. Pain and agony and suffering. Now I have 2 degrees and it doesn't mean anything. I had posted on Instagram asking questions. You would think, this guy goes on Instagram. I had posted to Instagram asking recent grads to share their experiences, and Sam's experiences echoed dozens of replies. 32 others described months of applications, hundreds of resumes, endless networking, blah, 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 blah. So this picks up some traction somewhere, gets picked up, everybody's talking about it, it's horrible, right? The college, and he labels it the collapse of college premium. So this is telling you not to get a college degree. It's telling you that, hey, man, don't go to college. You should just be, a handyman. You should just be a mechanic. And and you're going to get a degree right now, and you're going to go into the Great Recession, and you're going to get priced out of the market, and your degree is worthless, and you're going to take on all that debt. And look at all the people I talked to. Well, let's take a look. Huh. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Unemployment rates for recent graduates versus other groups. So fucking terrible. Ready? This is going back to 1990. The blue line is recent college graduates that are aged 22 to 27. This is trend, right? That's trend. There's trend right there, right? Trend is here. Let me show you another trend. Going down, isn't it? A squiggle. Let's look closer. It's going down. You see that? Recent college graduates going down. Young workers aged 22 to 27. That's actually going up. Not only is the data wrong, but guess who's unemployable? People without college degrees are rising. All workers as a net total is the black line. What is that showing you? Let's look at that together. Can I bring this over here maybe? Can I go left and right? Maybe not. That's flat. This is called a frying pan pattern. You see it now? The blue line is on its way down. So this article down here is what? What is this article? Bullshit. Utter fucking bullshit. Crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? Oh yeah, baby. Nvidia week right now, trading 181.70. I've got a target down below on Nvidia to buy a dip at 178.82. But is that bullshit or not? So how frequently are we commenting on or feeling maybe I can buy this this close here. Haven't been able to trade all day long. So let me ask you a question. Think about the number of people that are low information. I got my information from 140 characters on Twitter. This group then sought out the source at WAPO or some news source. Who actually goes and looks to see if it's real or fake, or if it's manipulated or presented in a way that might not be true? Not only is that article inaccurate, it's wrong. If you're a college degree person right now, you're actually have less unemployment. on trend. Does that make sense? Even if you see anecdotal. And that either is going, so what are these articles meant for? The articles are meant to incite a reaction. Either I happen to be unemployed, so it speaks to me, or I've got kids. And I'm like, they don't need that anymore. You have social media saying right now that boys don't need college anymore. That's bullshit. That's 100% bullshit. They don't have to, but to say they don't is false. They have a higher chance of success in their careers with a college tech school degree. Those are the fucking facts. You guys understand what I'm saying? And then we're fighting with each other over it, aren't we? It's their fault. It's this guy's fault. It's their fault. It's their fault. We have misinformation. We have actual facts that are not hard to find. And then it like spirals and snowballs into something that's fucking crazy. You're just like, none of this is real. The end result is this whole thing that's bullshit. It's all bullshit. You're just like, oh God. And then once they want to spin that narrative to hurt you the other way, they will. Right? And can you imagine how low information we are today that we don't actually dig into what their statement is before it runs out of control and then peters out until we go to the next thing that makes you angry or hate somebody or make a decision, a financial decision, a life decision based on bullshit. And there's no one there to help you. So it's important for you as a participant in life to look for those things. Like, is this real? Do I have real danger in front of me or not? Let's see if we can take this trade here. Coming down into R1 right now, right where my cursor is. See if we can catch a nice little print over here. There I am right there. You guys understand what I'm saying to you? I hope you do. Because not many people know that. You'd be surprised at how many people are misinformed. Or maybe you wouldn't be, but you'd be shocked. And it's not even just one piece of misinformation. Oftentimes it's two people fighting, and they both have confidentially incorrect data. Confidently, not confidential. Confidently incorrect data. That does not support anything other than selling a fucking rag, a newspaper, and inciting a reaction. Oh, I got 20 comments. I got 100 likes. Oh, I got 1,000 likes. No one wants that. It's boring. No one wants to be told everything is fine. Oh, there you go. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Oh, wait a minute. I got to make this trade. Hold on a second here. Come on down. 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 A little bit more. Come on down. Hold on. Expiring today. Looking at some fucking calls for the call. Oh, don't kill. Wait for me. Yeah, shake them. Shake them down there. Shake them all. Shake all these dirty traders. Hold on. A little bit more. A little bit more. Clean them out. Give them the big old flush. No. Don't leave me behind, you fuckers. There you go. Oh, yeah. There might be one more leg lower, just a heads up. Oh, sweet fucking Jesus. I just made some money. Oh, yeah. Flush all those dirty Robin Hooders out of the market right now. They're all crying. Oh, God. Oh, they killed me to the close. There's another one right in here. Probably get that in after hours. We can get like a little bit more flushing into close on Nvidia. Might be able to get a little bit more flushing going on. $6.48. Might be able to get one more down here into the bell. I love buying fucking Doom. Oh, it's all on fire right now. Market's gonna crash, bro. No, bitch. I'm gonna buy this whole fucking thing. Fucking get the fuck out of here. I love buying Doom. Oh, look at that. Half-hour trigger. Shocker. I'm looking for a print. See, I'm looking for this print into Friday. You could be buying calls here for like Tuesday or something. Call spreads here is a good idea. I think it'd be maybe better lower. I mean, might be better to like. I think it might be better to be down here, or a Thursday low for a Friday print. I'm gonna show you guys something here. Just a quickness here. Just so you guys don't forget. Hold on here. We're trying to like, you know, where are you on this trade would be my biggest question here. Where are you? If you want to like do this for today overnight, that's fine. What if it doesn't happen though? I'd rather be down here on like Thursday, Friday. Just think about where we like situational awareness if you're in the military. I talk about this frequently. Where can you like look what you're scraping here? Here to here. Well, I just did this one. That's a pretty good one, right? That's not bad, is it? Remember the dotted line? Dot, 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 right? Here to here. Here to here. You want to be like bam, 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 right? So, like this is the most beautiful one right here. Like living rent free. Fuck yeah. Rent free in my brain, bro. More time on the trade. September 19th, here I come. September 2nd, September 19th, there's the 2nd. You guys see that? September 1, September 2. Like zone out a little bit. I know, I'm already buying this fucking thing. See the buyers right here? See the buyers right here? Look at that. Look how fast that happened. Look at these buyers right here. The fucking buyers right here. Buyers right there. They're still here. I slammed the fucking buy button right there. This is my green box right here. My little green box right there. Oh, yeah. I know where they are. They're right fucking there. Looking for the upside print right here. 648.50. For tomorrow. If I can catch the print and the bell today, I will. You see that? You give me a chance, I'll take it. See how I'm buying weakness and not strength? These are your buyers right here. You might get a chance to buy like this down here. If you're bullish on the close for a print, bell, or open tomorrow. I think there's a better trade lower for a print in the 19th. There's probably somebody out there that's mad at me because they want to see me burn. That shit ain't happening today. I'm the dopeness today. I'm sorry. I'm hot. Take me to Vegas. If I don't know if I can answer that right now for you, but a couple things I want to give you answers for. Sign up for optionstrat.com. If you don't understand spreads, you can try out different strategies wherever you are and look at what pays better, least amount of money. Did you guys remember that convexity trade I showed you? There's a good one for that for end of the year. There's a good one for that for the 19th. If you don't understand, ask people in the Discord. Don't just be like, hey, Cap, I can't answer everybody's question. We have trusted mentors, moderators in our Discord that you can bounce this off of. If you're new to our Discord, I want to say a few things here for where we are. If you're new to our Discord and our community, I want you to think about our community. I want you to know a few things, some historical things. So I've been a member of the Coliseum type pump and dump rooms, boiler rooms where you've got like they're pumping and dumping and faking and they're disseminating it down and stuff like that. We're not that community. Our community was built on friendships and trading together over many years. And we have people that come and go in and out of our group. Like I might be on vacation, I'm sick, this and that, but we have a strong base core of our group that's been trading together for a long time. So I want you to think about our community like you met me in the street. Hey, I'm Jim. What's your name? I'm Bob. Cool, Bob. Hey, man, we have a lot in common. You should stop by the house one day and get a beer after work. Yeah, okay, cool, man. I'll be over there, right? So I'm Bob. I show up at Jim's house and I'm like, hey, Jim. Right? What would you do if you if I showed up to Jim's house one day? Oh, yeah. I keep on doing it. Keep on doing it. What would you do if you went to Jim's house? You're not going to go inside and have your muddy boots on. You're not going to show yourself to the refrigerator and grab your own beer. You're not going to call Jim's wife, I don't know, a libtard or anything like that, right? Or, shitty MAGA. You're going to go in there and be like, hey, I've met this guy. I have a lot in common with him. I want to get to know this guy. So you take your shoes off the door. You ask Jim, hey, man, is there anything I need to know? Is there anything to take my boots off? They're muddy. I'm just going to take them off, dude. Where can I put them? And then there's people in the house with Jim. So what do? You introduce yourself, right? Hi, my name is Bob. Nice to meet you. Right? Well, how do you know Jim? Right? Oh, we met at work. We have something in common. I'm on the concrete crew. And then maybe Jim's brother or sister or I don't know, Jim's husband, Mike. Jim, the concrete worker's husband, Mike goes, oh, really? How long have you been doing that? Right? And so you're like, I've been a concrete worker for 20 years. He's my boss, but I have more experience than him. I'm better than him. Cool. That's awesome. Maybe Jim can learn something from you, right? Or, hey, I've been in concrete work for a year. Oh, Jim's been in it for 10 years. Maybe you can impart some wisdom on you, make it easier for you in your job, right? Get what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, Jim comes over, offers you a beer, right? You're like, sweet, I got a beer. Everybody's happy. So I hang out. We start talking, right? Think about that in the community. Show up, watch, listen. Look for the people whose hair is not on fire. So let's say we're burning, we're crashing. And you see like 3 guys go, dude, you ready to start getting this dip? Or we're at a peak and you see like 3 or 4 guys that are like, hey man, you ready to start selling? So you like to know people. And then you start asking questions. We have mentors, we have moderators, trusted members. Their name is a different color. They have little things on them sometimes. And then there's little corners of people in our Discord. There are like people like, hey, I trade with that guy. We trade currencies. Hey, I trade Globex. I live in Europe. These 3 guys trade Globex with me. So you try to find out what you want to trade. You know what I mean? Or I'm new to the market. And you guys, a bunch of guys new. I want to hang out with you guys. Who do you guys talk to about this and that? They go, oh, this other guy trades crypto all the time. Winky trades stocks. I got to go find him. I'm going to search his name, Winky. I'm going to look through his history. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I'm making this move. I got burned over here. I'm fucking pissed. I fucked the stock market. Oh my God, it's been great. And go through and find out and form relationships. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised in life asking somebody what their opinion is, how much that matters to people. Hey, man, I want to learn how to trade crypto, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Even if you've traded crypto, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Maybe you do. You just say, I don't know what I'm doing. You might get some new information. I trade it all the time. Let's compare notes. And that's what a community is for. Like this. If you're like, I hate this and I hate that, I'm going to go to FinTwit and shit on this and shit, that's fine. I'm going to go to like Truth Social and shit on that, that's fine. You're going to go to like Wall Street Bets and shitpost, that's great. It's this place for that. But if you're here to make money, form a nice long relationship with people, they don't want to see you burn. Your friend, you're making bones with somebody, they're not going to want to see your calls go to fucking zero. You know what I mean? So look at joining our Discord like that. And you don't need to necessarily make money today. This fucking Discord makes money fucking 7 days a week. So plenty of opportunities to do well. And there's some safety and trust there too. It's not some fucking rando on FinTwit with 1 million followers telling you some bullshit to get more likes. These people care about your well-being. They'll be there when you lose. They'll hold your hand. They'll give you a hug. I shit you not. And you'll meet them in real life. So anyways, I'll leave you with that. Coming in at 2:30 right now. Waiting for 4 p.m. I wish you all well today. I'll leave you with one last thing. If you're trying to trade zero dates synthetically, sometimes it runs away early. This looks like one of those instances. Like it's going to run away before you get to after hours. But if you were to run this trade like 100 times, the best trade is to wait for after the bell for a fucking bloodbath to go higher. Okay? Even if it's only brief. I will post for you earnings, and we'll have, what do you call it? We're going to have a news squawker giving them to you in real time. I will post them for you in the Discord. We'll do a split screen. It'll be cool. So I can help you guys out here. Hold on. DGen corner. I'm reading through some of your commentary in the Discord right now, trying to catch up. Ramp into the bell, right? I think I just said what I thought my thoughts were. If you want a place to buy, right here would serve well. Right, this one right here. I see it. But I still think it could blast right through this briefly. Remember, as David AMS says, wicks do the damage, body does the story, right? Hold on, you guys are hilarious. It's basically a risk-free market. Kinda. Yes. Every dip is bought, isn't it? Oh, you want to listen to snow earnings? If you go down right here, hold on, I'll show it to you. Keep on pumping, don't stop now. Keep on pumping. Bull plane forming right now. Sorry, I'm talking to people in the Discord right now. Trying to pass on some information here. Just a note to you out there, if you don't know this, NVDA's earnings are expected at 4:20 p.m. Likely why we have a little bit of front running here before we get to the bell. Just note that you're not going to get extra fuel at 4 to 4:15. So if we let's say we're down here, we're jackknifing down into 4:14. Let's say we're squeezing up here, get into the close, they jackknife us down. You could possibly at like 4:14 grab some calls for tomorrow if you're bullish. So you run this up, run that down. This is 4 p.m. Then we go up after 4:15, hit the 648.50 in the after hours. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you are, but you will. You'll find out. Watch this supply right here. Hopefully we can break above this. Let's take a look at Bookmap really quick. Oh, that looks good. I like that. Look at that. Woo! What's up there? Oh, yeah, that's nice. Oh, yeah. I don't see any targets up there. Holy shit. If we fucking... Oh, please, God, do it to me. Give me 200 today. Hang tighter, guys. This is where supply, or sorry about this. Hold on a second here, guys. This is where the buyers are right here. We nailed this to the tick almost. Actually, to the tick. Just below it. We were target was 645.72, 75. We hit 645.82. If I close, I'll let you know. 343. Be careful of a not careful, but you want to see this new high to go higher here. You want to see this tick right here. This is an important tick. That one's very important. We can't go up without that tick, in my view. This could be very, watch this closely. I want to see like that, then this, then that. Keep your eyes on these highs right here. Very important, okay? Remember that if we jackknife down, today's Wednesday, right? We jackknife down Thursday for, I gotta post it in the Discord. Yeah, you want to see it. You want to definitely see this new high here. If you don't see it, we can sell hard. You do not want to see any rejection of this high right here. I think they're different trades, my point. I think there are different trades. Like there's the trade for today, there's the trade for after the bell, there's the trade for tomorrow, the downside trade, then there's like another pickup for Friday. Remember that downside trade, don't say I didn't warn you. I'd love to get the 200 print today. I got exposure for it, so we're either going to get it today or tomorrow or fucking next week, so you know, you can decide when we're going to get it. The key point here is to be in the right place at the right time at the right low for each one of them. We got the one for today into the end of the bell. Watch right here. See how they're trying to sell it down right here? I don't think puts for Thursday are bad here either. I don't think they're a bad idea, even if we squeeze higher. We come right the fuck back down, like come right back down tomorrow morning. We're in fucking red on the open tomorrow in cash.
One minute to go now to read the market on close imbalance data.
Watch out here. They want to rug pull this. Look at that there. Be quick. Remember that unless you're in a structured trade, pure degeneracy.
Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 48.9 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 138 million. Going to now 388 million. Dow 30 buy side 98 million, and Mag 7 buy side 443 million.
The fucking the imbalance is like buy everything. Fucking market on close imbalance, buy it all. Fucking crazy. It's Nvidia earnings. You buy all of it. I know. Just like you got to buy it all back for OPEX and end of month and end of month and OPEX. You got 827 right now. End of month is coming soon. I got to buy all this shit back and then I'll dump it all in the first week of the month. Yeah, it's because of like OPEX and month end. Must own market. Should I just buy some fucking Nvidia calls? Just say fuck it. Hold on here. Maybe I'll do the pure degen trade. I shouldn't be doing this. I usually like trading SPY. I prefer SPY, but we got here NVDA. Fucking bunch of degenerates. I should be trading Avgo right now, not NVDA. 29th, 80 cents. What about Avgo? Let's check Avgo really quick. Fucking Avgo is not cheap either. Avgo is fucking expensive too. I was thinking of trading Avgo. SPY's still cheaper. There's no fucking reason to buy Nvidia calls in my view. Maybe I'm wrong there. I mean, I know the indexes will pull back if we get the big print. You'll get a monster fucking NVDA print. There's like pros and cons to all of this here. Yeah, take a peek here. God damn, the next expiry is September fucking 5th. What about buying time? I think buying time here is pretty good. Shit. You can buy a fucking 205 call for 80 cents for September 5th. That's fucking crazy. That's cheap. You can buy time with Nvidia right now. September 5th, 205. 80 cents. You're not going to hold them to 205. You're just going to hold them till like 200 and a penny until the premium kicks in. But you got a lot of time on that trade. I bet you there's some good call spreads on this. Yeah, Avgo is super fucking juiced. Too many people know, right? To trade the follow. I think maybe, you know what might be true here is it might be better to buy puts at 414. Look at this fucking pressure here. Okay, so just a warning to you. 354 if you're looking for, a fucking dip down here. You should be hanging out down here. There's a fair chance we could go, down here to go up. Or we go down here and catch the print, and then it's down. So, like, buy some puts up here. That kind of stuff's a good trade too. Friday calls are nice too. I'm in not now. You wouldn't buy puts now, but I'm at a top at like 414, like right here. New high just then. Got the new high. That's good right here. Got it. You ticked it. You're good. Way is higher. Watch out for the flush on pre-earnings before 420. We'll stay here for 4:20 p.m. for Nvidia earnings. I wish you all well out there and luck.
So just a reminder, after the bell, we get at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time Nvidia's Q2 2026 earnings.
Yeah, by a tick, right, Tippy? You see that? It was like one. I think they got it by a tick. Fucking Tippy's like a fucking hawk. He watches that shit with me. Let's quickly look at Bookmap, see if we're missing anything here. Remember that I can be wrong. Got there a lot of sellers, and you guys see these sellers in here? There are a lot of fucking selling going on in here. You see that? I have the streaming service on right now. Now 4 p.m. Have Nvidia open over here. little bit of strength here after the bell. In Nvidia, trading 181.95. Just waiting for 4:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nvidia climbing the wall of worry right now, trading 182. Unclench not happening at 182.71 yet. Can I have a bourbon, please? Bear plane forming right here. Still nothing from the snooze squawker. Thank you. NVDA climbing the wall of worry currently. Still unable to break out from the 182.71 sellers. Now trading 182.36, 182.40. Hedge coming off right now as we head into the close. We're not the hedge, but the short. Remember, I've got the jackknife down for Thursday. Big print on Friday, Tuesday. Potential print early today, but I doubt it. I think it's Tuesday, the big print, but we'll see. Maybe they'll do it early. People go on vacation, wrap it up for the market. Uh, did you guys see the new JPM building? It looks pretty fucking bad. Did you guys see it? Did you guys see the new JPM? Like Jamie Dimon came in the morning of the opening. He was walking up the shit.
10 minutes away from Nvidia Q2 2026 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.01 and a revenue estimate of $46.23 billion.
4:10, 5 minutes left. 10 minutes until the report. NVDA climbing the wall of worry right now. Just checking to see how much room they got to go up. Have your bets placed by the time we get into the closing bell.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com /purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Time is on the right trader side. Yes, it is. Time is on the right trader side. Yes, it is. Hold on a second here. Hold on here. Let me see.
5 minutes ago, to get Nvidia Q2 2026 earnings with an EPS estimate of $1.01 and a revenue estimate of $46.23 billion.
Uh-oh, here comes Spoos. Spoos is like, we can climb it after hours. We're not paying any calls here. We're fine. I'm not seeing any of this stuff in the Discord or in the news squawk or hear any of these beats. Fucking financial juice is slacking here. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of earnings today. I'm not seeing any of them coming across the wire now for some reason. Yeah, I'm assuming it's because NVDA. Like the whole fucking market's waiting for it. Well, they don't mind printing this a little bit, right? We got no options on, bro. Just do it. Oh yeah, should we do some music here? What should we do? We're gonna do some hold on, hold on, we're gonna start a chain in here.
One minute to go now.
Uh-oh. Just the tip. NVDA climbing higher, wall of worry. Here's NVDA. If this fucking thing craters, man, it's going to flush out like everybody going on vacation, right? Fucking Uncle JBJ is just like...
10 seconds. Still waiting.
Oh, here we go. A little bit of coming off. Finally, the hedge or the shorts are off. Envy. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. Trading 647.64, 183.24. SPY hit its target up top. I think I gotta check this. I can't see shit here. Hold on. They traded 647.64. We have a target of 648 and change. Ooh, SPY just went down.
$1.05. A beat on the $1.01 revenue.
Remember, this doesn't matter to your options at the moment.
A beat on the estimate of $46.23 billion. Data
642. This is the target for tomorrow or today, time or price. This is the target down here.
Revenue $4.3 billion.
Ooh, oh, NVDA.
$82 billion.
Ooh-wee.
Nvidia third quarter revenue is expected to be $54 billion plus or more.
Remember this 172 right here.
And also Nvidia approves additional $60 billion in share buyback. So again, Nvidia second quarter data center revenue $41.1 billion, a miss on the estimate of $41.2.
A miss on.
Seeing a downside movement here on the Nasdaq. Also downside post market on Nvidia down about 4.9%, again off the back of that data. So again, just go over those numbers. Adjusted EPS $1.05, a beat on the estimate of $1.01. Revenue $46.7 billion, a beat on the estimate of $46.23 billion. Nvidia sees third quarter revenue $52.9 billion to $55.1 billion. Estimate was $53.46 billion.
Don't pay too much attention to this right now. We actually hit our downside target for tomorrow already.
Sales miss.
Don't worry just yet here, boys. We're after hours here. This is fake money here so far.
Nvidia says $180 million release of previously reserved H20 inventory. Nvidia sees third quarter adjusted operating expenses at about $4.2 billion to $5.9.
Hold on, I'm going to read it to you here. Hold on a second.
Revenue $33.84 billion. A miss on the estimate of $35.8
open that up.
billion. Networking revenue $7.25 billion. A beat on the estimate of $5.07 billion. Nvidia sees third quarter adjusted gross margin 73% to 74% compared to the estimate of 73.4%.
Don't worry, Nvidia beat the numbers that matter, boys. NVDA revenues $46.7 billion.
Nvidia says Blackwell architecture grew 17% sequentially.
There is some stuff to talk about here. Revenues were 46.7 billion.
Nvidia says cloud service.
I'll be quiet.
About 50% of data center revenue. Also,
Yeah,
Nvidia says
I'll wait till they're done.
CSPS represented about 50% of data center revenue.
This is not good right here. We're gonna go down here. Look at this. Look at this really quick. This is not good right here. That opens the door to.
AMD.
Door is open to 156. Not now, but it's very possible. Do you remember when I wrote this for you right here? Down move right here. Don't want to see this. Do not want to see that right there. Wanted to see this right here. Downside move after the bell and then back up. We went all the way down here. I would have liked to have seen that and go up. This is bad. That's not good. And you see the tick, how close it is? See it right there? Now, that doesn't mean we plunge today,
Any H20
but the door is open.
China in Outlook. So you had not assumed any H20 shipments to China in Outlook.
I was trying to draw a door there, but that doesn't look too good. But that is a signal that the door is open to new lows. So be careful of that. I wouldn't trade that today. But just note, so this door that it opens, let me go back over here. This right here means that all these buyers are washed out. And it means we'll likely trade 161.39.
So just summarizing, Nvidia giving lackluster forecast and stoking fears of AI slowdown.
Don't listen to this guy talk right now. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. No matter what that is, we're coming back down here, we're coming back down here at some point right here.
In line with the estimate of one.
You will see that price over there. Right down there, you'll see it. Don't listen to, well, we'll explain lackluster right now. Hold on. Okay. So expectations into today. We had expectations for revs, right? Hold on. Let me get for revs and for adjusted EPS. Revs, the estimate was 46.23, right? Billion. You wanted to see like 47.23 or more. You want to see like a big beat. We didn't see that. We saw a beat, just not a big beat. But it's still a beat. Listen to me closely here. That's why I posted they missed toilet paper on the third floor of the office. They actually did beat. Adjusted EPS 105. The estimate was 101. It's good, but it ain't great, is it? It's not like knock it out of the park, is it? So that's important to know. Second thing to note is this is 415 right here. Listen to me closely here. This is 415. All those losses are pared back. And the last thing that I would tell you would be that S&P 500 doesn't usually stay down or up the next day. So if we have this downside move, we'll likely recover to the open at some point tomorrow. They don't sell everything because of Nvidia not giving stellar returns. So you should see this recover no problemo. Remember, the buyers are right here. They bought right here, intraday buyers. I'm going to pay close attention to where we open tomorrow at 646, okay? Be very conscious of that. I don't think we're going to be down tomorrow, so don't worry too much. Hold on here.
Again, it's Donald J. Frickin' Trump.
Do you guys have time on your trade is my bigger point. Here comes the recovery. That was a beat. We beat. Don't listen to these don't listen to these fucking people on fucking Financial Juice telling you like they missed toilet paper allocation on the third floor of the apartment building that Juan sleeps in when he's in Vegas. Don't listen to that shit. Beats. You got none of this matters, dude. We're there. It's after 4:15. You're good. Don't freak out. Now trading back to the intraday buyers. Trading 645.95 right now. We just don't want to see a reversal to the downside. We don't want to see this. 42 we could do, but you don't want to see it. Yeah, H2O looks great. Don't be believing these fucking bears, dude. Don't believe it. NVDA, though, their price is still low, right? They've recovered most of it. They're right back where they were, too. They're right back where they were, too, right? Where we thought. But their door is open. Look, trust me, you will see. I'm going to tell you again. Between now and probably the next 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you're going to see 161.39. It's like a 75% chance. Not today, but you'll see it. No, you'll see it. They've been flushed out. I promise you. It's like a 95, not 95, it's like 70% chance. Let's see how these guys do right here. This is where we want to focus on this right here. Because these guys right here, you want to torch them and murder everything tomorrow before we can go up. Keep an eye right on this right here. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. That's disappointing. I wish it was better. I wish we were all, yeah. We still have another chance. We have the downside move scheduled for tomorrow. Let me show this to you. Let's take a look at this. Showed you this chart earlier. Who's there to buy? Right there. So we could see a retrace tomorrow, right? Suck all this up. Right? Back down. There's your double bottom all the way up. Make sense? You see that? We could retrace this tomorrow in cash. Unclench 0-day Friday. I'll see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Don't keep your chins up, and hopefully have time on your trade to catch the print like we told you, to put some more time on your trades, right? Here's September 2nd. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Mm-hmm.